maybe
Is
even...
anyone else having connectivity issues right now?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm at green bars.
Everyone's looking beautiful.
Are you in your basement again, Jace? On Wi-Fi?
Looks like you.
Not on Wi-Fi, though. That's the thing. I'm plugged in.
Weird.
I'm turning off my phone.
That's weird. I mean, if you're jacked in, you're jacked in. Shouldn't be getting jacked
That's
off.
what I don't know. This laptop, dude.
That's push-ups.
So, yeah. Did you guys have class tonight?
Friday? No.
No?
We just do Tuesday.
Or Thursday? Did you have it last night? No?
No, just Tuesdays.
That's okay. That's less regret that I have for not being there on Thursday. I really enjoyed the class on Tuesday.
Yeah, sweet, man.
Yeah. Really
Hey,
enjoyed it.
anybody in this party is welcome to join, too, if you're interested.
Yeah, Kung Fu. Well, we have a Riffs game this Tuesday.
I see.
Yeah, but the following Tuesday, I'm in like Flynn, and if you guys kick it up on other nights, I'd definitely be down for rerouting my schedule a bit. So, but so everybody got a view of this experience thing in the screen there? Okay, and everybody's kind of seen the map of the city?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Which gate did we leave out of? I was going to ask.
Hang on a second.
North
I
Gate.
pasted something right
Was it
over
the
top
north?
of my mate. Yeah,
North
so North Gate.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and there's two ways to go once you're out of the North Gate there. Like, once you head up that North Road, there's a path that carries on left over a bridge, and then that heads up towards the west. And that's where you guys headed north, up over those rocks and into the Thieves' Path directly. But at this particular juncture, so I guess we should just quickly do a hello everyone. This is Take20 D&D, and we are playing Chronicles of Chryalis. We've got Bops the Gnome being played by Mike. We've got Kite the human monk being played by Denver. We have the human necromancer Emus being played by Jace. Lynette with Calyndra the arcane trickster, and Grond the Ogrelon. Half-Ogre being played by Tyler. So we're just recapping here, and we literally are jumping back into this play right at the exact moment that the final enemy fell. So just as that last ogre, that last, I think there was one orc that kind of fell right around the same time, boom, boom, and you guys are literally, it flattened into a moment of silence, and I'm going to get right away a perception roll from everyone. Anybody?
All right.
16.
Oh! So, perception. I don't have my
18.
character up, but I rolled a 19.
19.
Don't you screw with me, dice.
Oh, they love
And
to
it falls
screw
on the
with you.
floor. They do.
It's already screwing
But
with
it
you.
was really close to a 1, but it was a 19, so plus my wisdom, 21 dirty.
Okay, so everybody with an over 16 roll, you hear some rustling from the bushes behind the areas. So say this is the road, and this is where Thurgar and his 3 cronies were at first. This is where that thief ducked off, and you actually hear some rustling off in this direction. You guys are all right about there. And there's a few bodies strewn around this area here, or whatever. So, and you got really bodies all over the place. But you hear some stirring off there, and it sounds like it's getting fainter swiftly, like it's something darting off in the bushes.
Run now. Drop your gear and run.
Yeah, drop everything except my weapons and go after him.
Okay, who is going after whatever that is?
Kite's chasing off after that sound.
Okay, so Kite is, Calyndra is, who else?
That's it.
That's it? Okay. So, and the
Kite,
rest...
drop your paraphernalia and run. Go
Yep.
light and fast.
Okay,
Yep,
and,
sure.
and what area...
And
Go ahead.
just sorry, one thing, because as they take off, I'm going to play a victory song, and it's going to give everybody that healing, that 1d6, whoever can hear it.
Ooh, okay.
My allies. So I'll get out the violin and try and play a nice victory song, like as loud as I can, and I'll just roll a d6 here now.
Okay.
4 hit points. So everybody who needs like 4 hit points, like
Nice. Everyone
Hear
feels a little
That was perfect.
wave of rejuvenation hit them as the notes from Gonbop's instrument. What are you playing there, Gonbops?
My viol. It's about like maybe 10 inches long, but I can play it pretty loud. It's very old wood, and you
Yeah.
know,
Right. It ain't the size of the instrument. It's
How you instrument it?
hey, how you instrument it. All right. I'm actually going to get an initiative roll from Calyndra and Kite to see where they are relative to the other objects.
22.
Oh, wow.
11.
Okay, so Kite makes quick work across the road and darting off into the bushes, but it appears that whatever it was has a bit of a lead. Perception roll from you, Kite, please.
I'm actually rolling good tonight. 20.
Okay, you managed to pick up where the rustling is coming from, and it appears to be getting rapidly distant. You caught up enough to just hear it barely, but it's moving. It's moving really fast. So you're at 30 move or 40, Kite?
40 is my speed.
Okay, and Calyndra?
30.
30? Okay, so you're probably estimating there's about 100 feet to 150 feet between you and that wrestling sound, Kite. Calyndra is like right up close behind you, and you guys are moving into the bush as of now. So it is super thick there, and you find moving a little bit difficult, but you find a little pieces of patchy path here and there, as if it's been broken through a couple of times before, or something else has recently been here. But it's brambly, and you're having some difficulty going through here.
Can Kite risk a dash to try and make a way just a bit quicker through the brush?
Sure. The only thing what's up, Jace? We can't hear you.
Oh, I was whispering, fuck, I hate this to myself because I'm getting robot talk from everybody.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I might have to try and go upstairs with a different hardline.
You could also try just logging off if you haven't already. Log off and log back in. It seemed to reset a couple things for me.
Have you tried turning it off and then on again?
The IT crowd.
Oh, God.
Awesome. So these two disappear off into the bush. What is the rest of the party doing? You have a whack of corpses around you, including a big, massive ogre lying in the middle of the road.
We are going to go about and just kind of loot them.
Okay.
Look at what they've got while those other two are off.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing, and
still
just kind of
alive?
dragging ass a little bit, taking it easy.
Okay.
and if we have like any kind of downtime, I'm gonna talk with Grond about how I'm all weak and wounded. I got hit real bad, and I'm just like, like I'm gonna talk with him about battle strategies, like how to best use a sword, and like his thoughts on like the bow and arrow and that type of stuff.
Okay.
Grond will bandy about with you for sure. He's actually really curious because next level, actually after level 4, Grond wants to pick up a bit of Bard.
Hey,
He's
we
going to
could
ask
probably
him.
work out a little exchange.
I love the look on Kelly's face. That was awesome. It was like, what?
It's gonna be great. I can't wait to see what instrument you play. It's like, is there a medieval equivalent to the French horn?
Bagpipes.
Bagpipe, yeah.
Bagpipes. Except for he'd have like poison darts in the end of those things, so we went free. It'd just be like boom, 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 boom.
Have you ever seen those bagpipes with the flame spouting out of it?
You mean like on Mad Max, like that kind of guitar effect with the?
Basically, but
Carrying
yeah,
on the
like
harpsichord.
That's awesome. So you guys set about the task of looting the corpses and everything else in the area. Are you doing anything with the bodies, or just leaving them where they are, quickly gathering their shit?
We're gonna be moving them off to the side of the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am taking Thurgar's head, and we do have a bit of that salt for preserving.
Right. Okay.
So we are going to be preserving that head.
Okay, and you do find a large sack on Thurgar and one of the other thieves as well. So you have something to stuff that in that isn't going to ruin what you already have.
And for the rest, I mean, I'm gonna take some deadfall,
Okay.
and any of the bodies, we're gonna spike those up along the road, and there should be enough of them. And we're gonna try and put a message across them. This is what happens to fucking bandits and thieves.
Ooh, nice. I like that. Illustrative. Now, how long do you plan on spending doing this? Because I'm figuring that's going to take you about 20-25 minutes to go over the corpses and be able to haul that shit up and kind of put it together.
You know what? For the most part, we're relying on those two solely to do the job of dealing with this thief.
Okay.
We are gonna trust them.
Okay.
And
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you guys can
we're waiting
review.
until they come back.
Okay. You can.
Actually, as Calyndra ran by
Yep.
before, I actually stuck my hand into my copper piece pouch,
Okay.
and I pulled out a mittful, and I let her grab however many she could. I have 64. She can grab however many she wants.
Okay.
Set yourself a trail to not get lost.
Okay, so I'm going to say if you're just passing by really quickly trying to grab, you're going to get anywhere between 20 and 30 coins. Like these are, 20 and 30 coins. So I'm going to just roll here. And, oh, you got a 20. That's a good one. And a 2. So you got 22 coins with you. And you can certainly leave a trail of breadcrumbs as you duck off into the thicket. Now, you won't be able to... Yeah, you won't be able to leave them anywhere you are in the underbrush right now because as you're trying to follow the sound, everything is really thick and it's around you. You're having to push bushes aside and you come out to small spaces of open path and then you have to kind of push through. Very overgrown here. And even though there is a few crushed paths, there's not much for a trail. So you guys push through.
And Kelly,
Yeah.
when there's a second, I'm gonna try and speak with any small beasts around and see if I can maybe like a squirrel or a robin or something, and just see if I can convince them to talk with them to follow my friends, and if they have trouble, then to come and get us,
Okay.
and see what they say.
So I'm gonna get you to roll a d20 for me, please. Let's go against nature score here.
Nature, okay. 11.
11?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what you find is that you aren't able to sense any kind of wildlife in the area. Everything appears to have been scared off by the sounds of battle.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's probably going to be another, 20, 30 minutes or so from now before things start wandering back to the area to see what all the ruckus was about.
Perfect.
But for now, no communication. So, meanwhile, you guys hear the rustling of thicket as these guys disappear off into the bush, and you've lost sight of them very quickly, even though it is only mid-afternoon right now. I think that's where we left it off, was mid-afternoon, relatively nice weather. You guys are... Oh, he's back. Let's give him a moment here. All right, Jace. How's it going, buddy?
So far, so good.
Hey. Right on. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hopefully this works.
Yeah, no problem, man. If we got to take a 5-minute pause and you got to move somewhere else or whatever, you just let us know. We'll.
That's the next move. I do have an office upstairs, but there's going to be some.
All
clean
good. Everything sounds. It's like no, not this again. Bang, bang. Just like starts it. No. So yeah, you guys just hear them disappear off. Like I said, it's mid-afternoon. The sun is still shining, but there is a little bit of cloud cover moving in from the south. And you guys are wrestling at the bodies, putting deadfall over it. And Kite and Calyndra, I'm going to need another initiative roll.
15.
Stay 6 on this one.
Okay, so 15. Calyndra, you kind of scoot right up and catch up to Kite, and the both of you actually burst out onto a trail about 50 yards past where you were at that point in the running after whatever that was, and you burst out onto a thin wildlife trail on the other side. You kind of recognize this as being something similar to the path you followed for the thieves' path. You figured this must be some kind of adjoining path there. But the Thieves' Path, you know from being on it before, that it's really just a wildlife trail. So when we're going into this, just consider that there are parts that are going to be overgrown. The thieves don't leave much of a trail themselves. They don't like to leave, tracks. So mostly it's just wildlife. So watch out. Don't step in shit.
So I'll
So if
I'll
they're in a
drop.
panic, though, if he's in a panic, would he be making sure to kind of be that careful, or is he just trying to get out of dodge?
No, I'm just saying, as far as the condition of the path, it's not really a lot of footpath wear. It's mostly just hoof path wear. You know, the odd pile of rabbit turd here and there. Animals follow this trail.
While Kite and Calyndra are just making tracks through this bush, maybe like every like 10 trees or something, Kite's just gonna give a quick like slash on a branch
Okay.
just to kind of make a quick mark.
Okay.
And as we come out on the trail, I'll just drop a few coins where we come out.
Okay, no problem. It's fairly dark back here. Like as far as shade is concerned, it's very shady. Lots of thick plant life and stuff like. But you have a good clear view of the trail. You'll be able to see your coins from a decent distance away, and the trail just continues straight path. You don't see your quarry, but you do sense that you weren't far behind when you come out on the trail. You'll have to start heading south immediately. So I take it that's what you guys do. Okay.
We are in hot pursuit.
Right, so I'm going to say this is only about 5 minutes past. It's going to take these guys about 20-25 minutes, so we're just going to carry on with you guys for a bit. I'm going to get another initiative roll here to see if you can bridge the distance.
19.
19?
Nice.
Okay,
19.
so you guys are making good time. I'm going to get a perception roll from both of you, please.
18.
19.
Excellent. You managed to also see that there is a fresh set of prints in the ground ahead of you. The ground here is fairly moist because of the shade and everything else. It stays fairly cool back here, so you can see the light imprints that whatever is booting it down here has left, and it has the distinct shape of human boot prints or elven.
Calyndra, look.
Possible.
Footprints this way.
Yeah. And you guys march down there. Okay.
And off.
And about another 5 minutes, I'm going to get a perception roll from both of you. We're just going to keep this going here.
21.
21.
Oh man, nat 20, but 23.
Okay, so you actually managed to push enough to hear the rustling, and you hear it. It's faint now, but you can tell that you've started to catch up. And we're going to get another roll from each of you, please.
Keep it going.
Not natural 20, but just a 20.
Okay. Well, even
Oh,
still.
is this perception again?
No, just roll me a 20.
Okay, that was a 12.
That was a 12? Okay. So
17.
yeah, so these are more of initiative score, and Kite, you've caught up. Calyndra's a little
21.
bit winded and slightly lagging behind, but not too bad. But you managed to get up close where you can see the back of a hood, a black hood and cloak flapping in the wind as somebody is booting it south. So you now have a visual on it, but we're going to say it's still about maybe 300 yards up ahead on the trail. So. Yeah. So, yeah, and
Hurry, Calyndra, we're gaining on them.
yeah, you're actually getting the sense that they are moving unnaturally fast away from you. Yeah, well, that person.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean multiples. Okay, so no sooner do I say that, but it appears that the person on the front tripped, and they go down for a moment. I'm gonna need a d20 from each of you.
Just don't fail.
That was a totally unwarranted one from my side.
12.
12. Okay, and Calyndra?
6.
Okay, so you guys are still running. They managed to get up, and for whatever reason, they got up just as slow and unnaturally as anybody else might be from tripping at the speed that they were going. But it seems they pick up speed again, like very rapidly, and they're losing you now. And
Oh no, they're getting it.
yeah.
We're losing them. Hurry.
Okay, give another roll from each of you, please.
17.
9. All right, so Calyndra picks up a second win, and she's just like motoring after seeing the person up ahead trip. That's where Calyndra just kind of like, oh, I got him, and just like motors ahead of the trail. the other person is motoring ahead, and you guys appear to be keeping pace, but Calyndra sails by and is actually appearing to gain a little bit of speed. So you're slowly bridging the distance, but it is very slow. And one more roll from you guys. And at this point, I need a dexterity roll from each of you, because you're crossing the same part of the area that she just was.
Like a dexterity save?
Yes, please.
Aha.
24. No, 23,
21.
sorry. 23.
21.
Oh, okay. So you see the knot in the
50% rogues.
you see the branch knot over top of the path that surely whoever this was, you can see the grooves in the dirt where obviously somebody impacted the dirt here after tripping. So you both leap that and keep on the trail, cruising forward, and they're actually starting to fall behind a little bit. Can I get rolls from each of you, please? Just initiatives.
16.
17.
Okay, you've gotten ahead enough to see some details. You can see that flapping black cloak, and they turn. And here's a question: who? Actually, I'm going to need another D roll before I even open my mouth here. Just a D20.
Is it like an initiative D20 or just
Wisdom.
the dice?
Wisdom.
Yeah.
15.
Okay, that's good.
21.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so who was back at the city of Sember and ducked off and remembers bumping into that blonde female thief?
Yes.
I remember that jerk.
So you recognize that face. And it's in the distance. I mean, you still haven't bridged the distance yet. But
Am I close enough to pull up my bow and take a shot at her?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Yeah, not quite yet. So I will get a.
Calyndra.
Yeah, her eyes
I
grow.
might be crazy, but I think that's that jerk we ran into back in December.
Did we get her name?
It's saved. 1 sec. Oh, I'm not there. I can't give you the name.
Yeah, I don't
Her name
think
is-
you got her name.
Her name's gonna be Grass once we catch up to her. Come on, let's get her.
Yeah, there was another
Right.
female thief that you got the name of, but I don't think you got her name.
Okay, well, we'll keep going.
She was a dodgy jerk, if I recall
Oh
correctly.
man, this is entirely based on your dice rolls right now. So let's roll those d20s again. I gotta.
Man, I'm killing it. 22.
Oh, amazing.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
Yeah, you guys are actually starting to catch up a little bit. For some reason, though, she is maintaining like a really good pace. Like she either has like an extraordinary athleticism or is somehow being aided. Do you feel this?
Something unnatural about her speed.
Yeah.
Come on, Calyndra. It's gonna take everything we got to catch her.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, and we'll get another d20 roll from you and Kite, please, Calyndra.
18.
18. Shit, you guys are killing it, man.
11.
Okay, maybe not killing it. So Calyndra burns by Kite with a quick burst of speed. And yeah, what is your constitution at this point?
Mine
Yeah.
is, I was 16.
Okay, I'm actually going to get a con save from
50.
from each of you.
Oof, stamina.
7.
Okay. So yeah, you're starting to get
11.
you're starting to get a little bit gassed, but you're not losing any speed. But you can feel that you've got to make this. You've got to catch up here quickly, or you're going to lose them. Roll 'em, roll 'em, roll 'em.
10.
10.
11.
Okay, and you guys, you can still like hear the little pitter patters of feet, but you're kind of losing them, and the trail is getting a little bit wavy now, so you don't have a direct line of sight. But you sense that you're still kind of on the trail, but you're both starting to get a little bit tired now. So we're gonna try. Oh, okay, never mind. You actually don't hear those steps anymore. She has gained some hella distance in a hurry right now. Either that or disappeared off the trail. You don't know which, but you're still running. You just don't hear her anymore. You keep pursuing?
Yeah.
Okay. We need another roll from both of you, please.
22.
3.
Okay.
Oh,
3. Okay, so Calyndra, yeah, you've kind of worn out and you've gotten a little bit gassed. You do have a little bit of unnatural constitution benefits, being the race that you are, so you're a little fleet-footed, but having to dodge around all this plant life and stuff like that, you're just kind of wearing a little bit thin here. Kite, meanwhile, is still burning up ahead. Kite, can I get a perception roll from you, please?
Damn. 8.
Okay, so you lose sight of the tracks that you were following previously, and you're not quite certain you're following them anymore. You just don't see any footprint tracks or anything of that nature on the ground. And the ground here is actually a little bit drier, so it's harder for you to track. Are you guys going to continue to pursue?
Yeah. Gonna
This
keep going
chase is
forward for a little
crazy.
bit more.
All right, roll. Let's see where it goes.
8.
19.
Okay, so Kite, you feel that you're still in pursuit. You haven't heard anything on the trail, and you still haven't caught sight of your quarry yet. Calyndra, you've fallen a little bit behind, but you're still on the trail. You're still on the wildlife trail. You're not in any danger of getting lost, but you've fallen a little bit behind Kite, but you can still see Kite ahead of you. And you guys got to roll me one more.
Another 19. That was close.
Okay.
13.
Another 19. So yeah, Calyndra's just lagging a little bit behind, and you guys are cruising down the trail, and now you've kind of lost all sense of whether or not you're on the trail of something, or whether or not you've lost the trail completely.
So we lost her.
You may have. Are you going to continue running, or are you going to stop? Like, are you going to stop and listen, stop and look around? Are you going to turn back?
She'll stop and take a look at her surroundings, try and pick up that trail.
Okay. So you're going to roll a perception for me, please. And Calyndra, you kind of catch up. You see Kite slow down a little bit. So you're kind of starting to catch up now.
She got a 16, but yeah, she's kind of like looking around, listening for any if there's like birds flying away in the distance, or like just bush pushed down or something. But yeah, 16 was the...
Okay. Yeah, so you get the feeling that like you kind of see some of the branches and stuff that you may have either passed by where they ducked off somewhere else, or that they doubled back, but you really feel strongly like you've lost the trail at this point. Calyndra, are you attempting to perceive, investigate, or...
Yeah, I'll do that too.
Okay, roll from you, please.
Which one do I use, perception or investigation?
Investigation.
Oh, good. 17.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, you do actually find some branches where it appears to broken off and headed in the direction of the road. If you guys were traveling parallel to the north road heading south, it's off to your left. You can kind of see there's some branches broken there, fresh, that may have or may not be related to whatever you were chasing.
Well, I'll drop a couple coins and like, let's go Kite this way.
You're cutting off through the bush?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, it's a little bit slower moving. I'm going to perception roll from both of you to try and maintain any tracking of the broken and crushed undergrowth.
17.
Okay. And Denver.
That's some dice interference.
Who's in front? Who's behind? Or are you both side by side?
I guess side by side, but 10 for me.
10 for you. Okay, so you're kind of losing sight, but you know that she has it, so you're kind of just maintaining pace with her. And after about 5 minutes, you guys burst out onto the main road. So you guys are located like quite a ways down the road from where they are, further north of you. But there's no sign of any thief here. You do, however, notice that there is some leaves and branches scattered on the road that appear to have been torn out from the underbrush you just left. Other than that, there is no trail. Just a road south and a road north.
And Sember is south from here, right?
South, yep.
She must be trying to get back to Sember. We gotta hurry.
Yeah.
and you guys are running at an average pace. So I'm going to say that you've been running solid now for a long time. You're both wearing down right now. I'll get a con check from each of you to see how well you maintain this pace. Lynette has, like I said, she has some unnatural abilities when it comes to running. She's lighter, doesn't use as much energy to move, but
Advantage.
yeah, she has some advantage.
11.
Unfortunately, I got a 4.
Oh, rough. Okay, so I mean, you guys maintained the jog for a while, but you don't sense that. Yeah, roll perception, and I'll give you guys one last shot to pick up any trail.
10.
And what was yours, Lynette?
12.
12, yeah. You guys flat out have lost all sight. So you can either continue on this road straight south to Sember, or you can book it back north to regroup with your party.
What do you think, Calyndra?
Should we try head towards Sember and see if we catch her trail?
She must be going to Sember, but
Fire.
might be dangerous. I'm willing to keep going, though, to try and catch her.
Okay.
It'll be more dangerous if she gets away.
Absolutely. And I have an idea of like how close we'd be to Sember when we get a little closer.
Yeah, so you're actually traveling for about another 5 minutes, and you see an individual. You recognize a black cape, the individual walking on the road away from you. There's an individual, you're not sure. It looks like the same person. They've got the black cape and everything, and they're just walking calmly away from you. They're about
How far
100,
ahead?
about 100 feet ahead on the road.
Can I use my bow from this distance?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot my bow at her.
Okay.
15. Plus that's dex, right?
Yep.
17.
Okay. That arrow thuds solidly into the back of your opponent. Can I get a damage roll, please?
Remember to add your dex.
Yeah, you hear a distinctly male voice cry out "Ah!" as the person hits the ground.
7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're crying out in pain right now. They are literally, after even just a few seconds, they're stopping and they're just wheezing, heaving on the ground, face down, with the hood and the cloak slumped over them.
If Kite dashes, she can move 80 feet.
Okay.
She'll dash up to this poor person.
Okay, so yeah, you dash up, and the person's got an arrow stuck in their back, so you can only roll him over. You roll him over, and it's a human man, and he's clutching a coin purse to his chest. He's like, "Please, I didn't know. She paid me, paid me to take her cloak."
Where'd she go? Here, you tell me, and I'll help you with this arrow here.
And he sputters a bit of blood out of his mouth. He's like, "Just down the road."
Kite's gonna kind of motion to Calyndra. It's like, she went that way,
Yeah.
quick, and then she'll
I'll
stay
take
to
off.
help this
The man expires in your arms.
No.
In his hand is a coin purse. He's got a small belt pouch at his side. Are you taking either one of those?
Does it look like it has any like
Used to a dead
thief
man?
guildy?
Are
I mean
these silver
that,
pieces specifically.
but thief guildy looking
No.
attachments on it.
Nope, not at all. It just seems like a small leather coin purse, which you open, and it's got 50 gold pieces.
I know you guys are gonna hate me. Kite's gonna leave it.
I knew it.
Yeah, no, she feels incredibly bad about that, so she'll chase after Calyndra.
Yeah, so Calyndra, I'm going to need a d20 roll from you.
11.
Okay, you maintain pace for a while, but you don't see anybody ahead on the road. The road is actually fairly straight, and you do have good visibility for quite some distance, but you still haven't seen any signs of life past that individual you just shot in the back.
How far am I from Sember?
You are about half day's travel.
Oh,
Yeah, you are
Do I
a
see
long ways
Kite
from
yet?
Sember. Kite? yeah, Kite would be following up shortly thereafter. Like, it wouldn't take long, and at your pace, you're actually maintaining a fairly even pace right now because you can't push it. You're just not there.
I'll keep moving forward, but I'll slow down a little bit so Kite can catch up.
Okay, no problem. You guys slow down and catch up. The rest of you, it's been 1 week since you looked at me.
I was so gonna go there. Thank you.
Yeah, so you're back on the road. You've collected your goods. You've grabbed the spoils of war from the corpses and buried everything under a bit of deadfall on the side of the road. And some time has passed now. I'm going to say it's been 40 minutes of you guys standing there, 25 minutes of you guys standing there, rather, and then, maybe 20 minutes if you wanted to start south on the road at that point.
Well, I wouldn't be wasting my time. I'd be always dilly-dallying with my dissection tools and going over dead bodies and writing notes.
Okay, well, Emus is
We're
being...
waiting. I think we're waiting here for them to come back to us. That was our arrangement. So we're waiting for them to return back to us.
All right, well, this is about to get awkward in the span of like some sort of time here. Yeah, so another hour passes by.
But wait, sorry, I think we should also not just wait in plain sight. I think we should just go in the bush and like hide out, kind of a ways away from all the carnage, and just try and rest and heal. Like at least get like a short rest in and things like that.
Yes, you guys were healing, and then we were going, when they returned, orc hunting.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Well, yeah, it's been about an hour for you guys. Nothing has happened, and no encounters on the road after the next hour. We're going to whip back over to Kite and Calyndra, who are hot on the trail of these individuals, or this individual, rather. And then I'm going to get initiative rolls on you guys as well, please.
One.
One?
Oh.
Yeah, so I won't trip you, but you're definitely falling behind the pack. Kite has got a considerable lead on you. Just her chi is strong. She's got a good pace set up, and she's just maintaining.
She found a few golden rings, and she put on her sonic shoes and is just kicking up speed.
Yeah. But Kite, you are starting to wear down. Just the same, you are starting to gas. So you guys don't have much in the way of really pushing it at this point. Still continuing? If you're going to continue, I'll need a die roll from each of you. This one's a perception check.
14.
7.
Okay, yeah. Neither one of you are able to pick up any sign of the person's trail ahead of you. And it's unlikely because there was a couple of items of clothing that person you killed was wearing on there. It's uncertain as to whether or not they may even have the boots of the person who was previously out here. So that's
usually how you track your con is if it's easy to change jackets. It's not as easy to change footwear.
Change footwear, yeah. So, on that premise, you still haven't caught any sign of a trail or any sign of recent activity. And this part of the road is open to the air. There's not as much tree canopy here, so the road is dry. It's gravelly. Horse. You can see the imprints of horse hooves and stuff like that, but short of that, no human prints or any puddles or soft mud that would pick up a trail. And both of you are honestly at this point feeling like you may have lost the trail completely. You're just going to keep going on the North Road South. So you guys are going to separate at this point because you guys are going to have like Grond and you guys. If you're walking a normal pace, you've still got 3/4 of a day travel to get to December.
We were waiting here for them to come back to us.
Okay.
While
We're just gonna have a rest and heal.
Yeah.
Okay. So
and then Emus, because he didn't need to heal, he was going to just look at the tracks of the where the orcs and the thieves came from, get information kind of from that.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll have you roll investigation, and there's a few things that you can determine from the area.
All right, investigation. That's a +7. All right.
14.
And a shit ton of carnage has happened in this area. There has been signs that a battle took place here recently, and the orcs and the you can see the crashed down trees and underbrush and stuff from where they had ambush positions. You can see where it's flattened out into areas where they were sitting in ambush, and you can see the trail of devastation the ogre left behind on the left side of the road where it tears off into, towards the mountain there.
Okay, good. I rolled a 3 there, so that was awesome.
Yeah, so you can see this. Everybody can see this. You look off the side of the road. They weren't once they came out. They weren't being delicate about it. So yeah, everything stays fairly hidden under the underbrush, and I mean, everything smells because of the collected corpses of these bodies. So it doesn't take long before the warmth of the mid-afternoon sun starts to cook these corpses up into a tasty batch of. And you guys kind of hang around. Now you're parked off the road in the brush kind of thing. About how far?
What would you say? 200 feet? 100 feet?
Okay.
That'd be more than good enough.
Okay, no problem. So yeah, you actually wait a bit longer, and you guys are waiting for, let's say, 2 hours, and nothing happens. It's dead as dead can be. Meanwhile, Kite and Calyndra, you guys keep going down the trail here. Now you're, let's see, at your pace, running speed, what are you going to be? Maybe 2 leagues by now? 6 miles? Somewhere in there. And you're like gassed. You're done. You need to stop and walk and regroup, and you certainly need to stop and at least take a drink of water. Well, except Kite. Kite's got this, thing where she doesn't need to drink as much water, and she insists Calyndra take small sips, lukewarm. Don't drink cold water. You guys are basically at a walking pace for the moment. So we're gonna have to spend about 10-15 minutes at a walking pace in order to regather your energy, and then you guys can sprint off again for a limited amount of time.
I guess in this time, Kite will, try to chat up Calyndra. Be like, I hate to admit the obvious, but it looks like we lost. I don't know if it's going to be too wise to keep chasing her, but
you actually notice some
at
cloud
that
cover.
unnatural speed she made.
Yeah, you notice some cloud cover right in the middle of that sentence. You can see the clouds are starting to roll in, man.
You're going to be uncomfortable being away from your scroll for that long, too, aren't you?
She trusts you guys.
Well, and I don't think we want to get too close to the city either, because we're just by ourselves, and I don't want to be ambushed either.
Yeah, I think we might just have to face the music here. I think we lost.
You guys are talking about this for a bit. The clouds are starting to roll in, and even in the north end, where the rest of the party is camped, you guys are starting to catch a cooler breeze, and you sense that a storm might be coming. You're not sure how far away it is, but it's definitely a shift in the weather. Kite and Calyndra, you actually see and hear the 2 empty halves of coconuts, although in this case it's actually 4 horses, 2 riders. One of the riders is leading a horse, and a small wagon train, 2 wagons, and it looks like a small family or whatever, and they're just calmly heading in your direction. They're several hundred feet off in the distance, south down the road.
Ahead of us?
Yep.
Or behind us?
South down the road. Yeah. So, and
hold on.
They're catching up eventually.
They're coming up from behind us?
Nope, south. You are walking south.
Oh, they're coming from the south.
Yeah.
Okay.
So heading from Semper.
Hold on. Calyndra, we might be able to beat her to Semper if we borrow these guys' horses.
That's true.
What do you think?
We could try.
Oh, I can feel bad about this, but it'll be worse if we let her get away. Okay, let's try it.
Yeah.
It's like a police officer commandeering a vehicle en route to stop a getaway. Yeah. Okay, so you're approaching them right now. They look a little hesitant. They see that you're a little bit bedraggled and you know, you guys have been running. You're covered in sweat and a bit of dirt from the recent battle and blood. Yeah, you approaching them, they're very hesitant, and it doesn't look like they have a guard contingent with them. As a matter of fact, it doesn't look like any guards are with them. They appear just some normal folk. So they are, you know, very apprehensive about you approaching. And the one burly gentleman at the front, he puts his hand up and he looks down at you from his horse. He says, "Whoa, that's far enough, friend. These are dangerous roads. Are you friend or are you foe?"
Please, we need your help.
He's like,
Lives depend on it.
he's like, don't know what help we can be. And they're like walking beside you. They're like almost giving you a pass right now. They're not. They're trying to politely ignore you. They're like, we don't want any trouble.
Could we borrow your horses? We'll bring them back.
Guy's eyes widen. He's like, no, of course you cannot borrow
We
our
promise
horses.
we'll bring them back.
He's like, are
Kite's
you?
gonna jump up and kick this guy in the face.
Oh.
And Calyndra will grab the horse.
All right. So the other two guys on the horses behind you, they like, their eyes widen as the other guys. I'm gonna need you to roll.
Sorry, we really need it.
Yeah,
Told
initiative.
you lives depended on it.
I'm just gonna need an initiative roll from you two to determine who does what when here.
8.
Did we lose Jace?
19.
Yeah, it seems like it.
He said it'd be right back.
Set up.
Okay, so yeah, we have a minute here anyway. So you got 19 for you, Calyndra?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you get, Kite?
8.
8. Rough. Okay. And I'm gonna do a group roll of 9 for those guys. So, Calyndra, you get first reaction, but the surprise takes the other guy aback a bit, and Kite is able to knock him from his horse. I'm gonna get you to just roll a quick acrobatics check for me, Kite, to make sure you get up on that horse.
21.
Awesome. So you swing up into the saddle, and you will have no problem. This horse is not hitched to anything. So you would have no problem taking this horse and making a break for it. But
That's what she's doing.
Calyndra, you're going to have to go after the second guy. Hops off, and he is actually going for Kite to try and pull her down. But he reaches for her leg and is not quick enough to grab it. You are close enough to either strike that person. Then we got here's the situation as it breaks down. All right, so we have the mighty road and the tree line. And then
Can Kite just pull up Calyndra onto this same horse?
and there's two small wagons, and it's kind of like a B train being pulled by two horses. Kite, you grab this horse and that gentleman. This is one guy here that is pulling this horse, and there's another guy here. That's the guy that just hopped off and is trying to grab at you.
I'm gonna grab the other horse and jump onto it,
Okay,
and then we
so,
can just bolt.
so you're gonna try and grab the horse that he just leapt off of?
The empty horse.
Yeah,
The one that
it's-
the guy got off of.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, he goes up to try and pull Kite off the other one because he's like, hey, he's like, you can't steal our horses. And Calyndra, you just got to roll me an acrobatics check to try and hop up on this horse as it continues to plod along rather than stop after its owner hopped off.
17.
17, you leap up into the saddle with all the grace of a swan, and you are now in the saddle, both you and Kite. Kite, he hasn't been able to grab you. Both of you can bolt right now if you so
Bolt.
desire.
Kite is bolting, and while they're doing it, she's like, "We're really sorry about this. We'll bring them back."
Okay, you guys, you guys bolt at high speed down the road, and I'm gonna say about 10 minutes pass. I'm gonna get you guys to roll just give me a d20, and we'll see where you are in the initiative scale of things.
Initiative be 9.
Okay, so
8.
yeah, so at this point now, are you guys going to wait forever for these guys? Because if they decide they're going to ride for half a day's travel all the way to Sember, are you going to hang out for that whole duration?
I think so. Yeah, we want to get a full rest so we can heal,
Okay.
and then if we don't hear from them, we'll assume they're in Sember, and we'll just go meet up with them.
Okay, so
The essence is we were trusting them to completely take out their task and then return to us. And if they failed,
Yeah.
They were going to return to us, and we were going to do something else.
Okay, so here's what happens in the spans of all this going down. Where did Jace go?
Well, maybe
He
we.
had to reset up his.
Okay,
Thing.
so in the space of all of this happen, I've already rolled for your guys' overnight encounters because night sets in. Sure enough, you do not have any encounters over the course of the evening. So regardless of who stays up for watch, you guys kind of hunker down in the bushes, and the night passes relatively quickly. The one thing that you do notice is there is a band of people that pass by. Are you going to step out or try and inquire with them? It's just a bunch of people. Looks like a couple of families, a couple of wagons. They look fairly distraught, like somebody might have stolen something from them recently.
You know what? We might, because I'd be curious if there's more bandits. If they got ambushed by bandits, I would be concerned. So I think, give me 1 second. Let me get my buds back in.
Sure.
I would actually look to them and oh there, you look as though something has attacked you.
He's like, we were just accosted by horse thieves.
Oh,
Were they orc?
He's like, no, humans. He's like, humans and an elf. I'm pretty sure I saw pointed ears on the other one.
an elf, you say?
Dark.
I thought just the orcs were.
Not just an elf, one of those strange, dark-skinned elves.
Racist.
He's not getting his horse back. No.
Cover your radio on
Yeah, you got to remember, dark elves aren't exactly feared, but they're like a mysterious race to anybody because they don't see them that often. But they're not the spidery drow of Forgotten Realms. So they have similar clans and similar bands like that, but yeah, they're not all evil inherently.
You say they assaulted you.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, they literally pushed us off of our horses, and then the other guy pipes up, and one stole mine right out from under me.
Brigands!
He's like, brigands indeed. He's like, if you'd like to catch them, I'm sure we'd have a few gold pieces to spare if you can recover our horses for us. They headed south to Sember at high speed.
What do your horses look like?
Well, one's a quarter horse, the other's an Appaloosa, lots of spots, gray.
Do they have names?
He's like, no, we haven't given them names. They're just work stock.
An Appaloosa can also be a quarter horse.
No, the quarter horse is quarter Arabian.
Hey, sorry, Kelly. I just have one question. What time do we meet them? Is it like before we have our rest for the night, or just like right after, before we go to sleep? Because I have one bardic inspiration that would recharge. And I'd like to spend it on them and like give them encouragement.
Okay.
And sing them a little tune and be like, "Well, I'm sorry this happened to you. We'll keep our eyes open for an Appaloosa and quarter horse, and I'll play you a little tune just after my friend Grond finishes his thought as well."
Right. Okay.
Always look on the bright side of life.
So how much would the reward be for such an animal?
He's like, well, we cannot afford new horses. Perhaps 10 gold pieces at least save us the full cost of having to purchase more horses. But we must make haste to the Drake's Hollow. It's not safe on these roads this late. This is like only about a couple of hours after you guys originally hunkered down on the side of the road.
And I'm like, what?
We shall see if we can meet you at Drake's Hollow. If we can manage to reclaim your horses for you.
He's like,
well, what about this? Sorry, my friend Grond. What about this, my friends? If it's just 10 gold pieces, I think I could spare that for you right now. Why don't you take 10 right here, and then you'll have your horses for you. And then if we find those horses, we'll just consider it even, and maybe.
He looks very dubious at your generosity. He says, "Why would you help us? We do not even know each other."
I know what it's like to been robbed and have everything taken from you. And now I'm in the position to give back and to help you. What am I going to use this 10 gold pieces for?
He's like,
I have food. I have water. I feel bad for you at these times.
You are wondrous, kind sir. And he kneels down and takes the gold from your hands, and he says, I'm sure that this gratitude will return to you one day. Thank you so much, and should our paths cross again, please look upon me for whatever you might need or whatever I might be able to help you with. We are but simple farmers, but
Well, good luck to you, kind sir, and please take this tune with you on your journey. And I play a little tune and give him bardic inspiration.
Nice. He's loving it. Yeah, the whole crew is loving it. And they seem very thankful. The ladies that are riding side by side in the end wagon there, they've got a couple of babies on their laps, and they smile at you as they pass, and they continue on.
And I cast little sparks and flowers for the babies to cheer them up even more.
Oh, they're all like, oh.
I pass a waft of sandalwood through the whole company to just calm them down. And
awesome. Yeah, so the one baby's all like loving it, just and the other one's like, Zap sandalwood. So, yeah.
It's a very mature baby.
He's like, I mean, gagoo. Yeah. What strange times we live in. So yeah. You could have sworn there was a little tuft of chest hair on that baby too. It was like a very tough looking baby. But so they continue.
I don't know. Ron Swanson likes sandalwood.
Yeah. Big burly mustache on that baby too. You're not quite sure it was a baby at this point. Yeah.
That's chest hair.
Yeah. So the people carry on, and they kind of give you some hesitant nods and stuff as they pass by. The two gentlemen that were robbed of their horses at the front seem very delighted and continue on the road. They seem all feeling a bit more safer for having met you, despite the fact that Grond's appearance was a little unnerving, as it always is. So now you guys can.
We also
pointed out that we tried to clean the trail from the north all the way down to here, and this is our recent handiwork.
Yeah. So
if they could spare some food, that would be fine for us clearing the trail for them.
Yeah.
We got enough food, Grond. Let these merry folk on.
Fair enough.
I give him a waft of bacon up in his nose.
Oh.
But that only makes me hungry now.
Where are you standing relative to Grond when you cast that at him?
Just on his right side.
Okay, yeah. So like, just badoosh as a big dollop of drill hits the ground beside you. Grond's like, "Stop doing that."
He's gonna eventually eat you.
Yeah. So the night.
Can I just giggle and do a backflip away?
Yeah. So the night passes by fine. You guys can get a full rest and a full heal minus 1 hit point if you had any wounds before. So if you have, you can heal right up to 1 hit point below your maximum.
I was only 1 hit point below my maximum.
Then you heal nothing because you're all camped out in the underbrush trying to stay safe, and it's a pretty miserable night.
And when I wake up in the morning, if I could, I wake up and I tell the group, I just had a powerful dream. I feel last night's events and the events with the druid and everything is becoming clearer to me now. And I feel a little more on purpose in my life and a little stronger. And you can kind of see like a little, like da, 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 like a little sparkle, like leveling up kind of sparkle above my head. And then I say, I've been working on an emotion or a tune or a piece of music. I'm not quite sure, but it's finally come to me now. And I've been able to refine a lot of emotion about the loss of my home into this tune. And because of it was just for this metal to take out of my home, that's why my people are now gone and I'm the only survivor. And this tune is really, I feel it has a real strong reaction with metal. Like it really excite this metal with this tune that I've about tonight.
It's like the lament of Lala Murray, the lament of radiance or something, right? Like you play it and the sorrow just like melds into the metal and like heats it up. You're just like, that's awesome.
That's right. Yeah. I'm feeling it.
I dig it. So the gnome shares that with
gone Bops.
Yeah, as you guys trudge out of the dew-covered underbrush and out onto the main road. The sun is coming up now. For Kite and Calyndra, you guys were able to book it all the way. Sorry, go ahead, Grond. You had something else?
Over the night, Emus and I were going to look at gonna look at some of the papers that we've been dealing with and planning with.
Yep.
And I think Bops was in on it too. I'm trying to learn a little bit of stuff and trying to do a little bit of stuff. Sent you a message in Discord. Don't know if you got that.
Did you send me a message?
Yes, sir. I sent you a message.
Okay. I will try to get that. So the one thing about messages in here is I kind of have to exit from full screen and then switch
So
to a
don't
whole
worry about
different
doing
screen.
that.
Yeah.
But you can just check into that later.
Okay.
During the break,
So
maybe.
even when we're doing our
Sure.
break or whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, we were kind of going over some paperwork, and we're trying to plan, because right now there is a potential that if they don't get, or if they didn't get her, we may have to replan our entire strategy of whether we can go back to December or not.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that we were chatting about that we want to have prepared.
Okay. So yeah, and you guys passed, like, your night passed by okay. You guys arrived in the morning. So Kite and Calyndra, you actually book it on horseback and arrive, about a half days later at the gates of Sember, uneventful. And you pass a few other travelers between them, but you're able to tell fairly quickly and easily that they're small peasant families heading either northward, to their farms or something of that nature, but nobody that strikes you as being anything weird or thievery. And you arrive at the gates, and the guards don't really pay you any notice other than to just look you up and down as you come up. But you're not the first bedraggled pair of adventurers to come through the north gate either. So they just kind of stop you and say, have you what is your business in Sember?
Actually, before we come up to the guards, could
Yeah.
Kite and Calyndra have a little conversation?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, because as they Sember comes into view, it would be kind of apparent that and they haven't found their quarry.
Yep.
It looks like okay. Calyndra, I think we might need to make some tough decisions here. If we lost her, she would have had to have passed through here if she was heading to Sember. Might be a good idea to get some information from the gate guards and see if any haggard-looking individuals came busting through here.
The only thing is, if the guards are in league with the thieves, we could be in trouble right at the gate. I'm
We
thinking.
could be. But maybe by that same note, you got an in with these guys. If she hasn't made her way back here yet, you might be able to use thieves' camp.
I had an in.
They
If
wouldn't.
she got back and told them that we killed Thorgar?
Thurgar?
Thurgar.
That'd be
Never
pretty
remember
quick.
his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be gone.
But we have
Pretty
been
quick.
riding horses this whole night. She was fast, but we were catching her, and I don't
The
think she's
one-
fast enough to outrun
The
these
one thing
horses.
I'm wondering, is there any bushes or anything that we kind of hide out in? Like if we kind of
Or
out the
around
road?
Sember?
Yeah, closer to the city.
No, there's some trees and there's some sparse little groups of trees and stuff, but nothing that you wouldn't stick out blatantly. There's a lot of farmland and stuff around Sember, so you could go hide in a small thicket of trees, I suppose, but you'll probably be on somebody's land to do it. Hey,
Did
Jace.
it look like? Hey, did it look like there
I got the
was
message.
Nice.
anywhere for this thief lady to have hid, that we could have shot past her?
Well, there is a large number of people outside the north gate here. As you guys were coming up, it would have been. Well, actually, no. What time would you guys have arrived there? It would have been.
Because
late
we
afternoon.
rode through the night there, right?
Yeah, you would have been arriving there at 3 in the morning. And the gate guards, there definitely would have been a low amount of people coming in and out of the gate, if at all anybody. So when you arrived there, yeah, you would have stuck out like a sore thumb. They have let a few people through, and they do let people in at night because you can never tell when people are traveling down the road. So they just look you up, ask you what your business is in Sember. That will all be the same. So if you guys go up there, that's what you're gonna do. Otherwise, you can go along the side of Sember. Along the city walls. There's a path that runs, around the eastern side of the city.
So before we go up there, then, if we are getting this early in the morning, that kind of changes it a bit, because it wouldn't be as likely that too many travelers would have come throughout the night. And if she had beaten us here, then we could just ask them straight up, not as like thieves or whatever, just saying like, if anyone has come by, we're chasing or yeah, we're following. Or no, not following, but like basically, we're in a way we're trying to meet up with somebody. Has anyone come by here? And if yes, maybe you could use your thieves' cant at that point. If it looks like, or no, if they haven't come by here, then you can use your thieves' cant to be like, hey, say we're looking for Thurgar or something. If they seem to be like in league with the Thieves Guild or something.
But didn't you guys kill Thurgar?
My point is they shouldn't know that yet.
Okay,
So Kite's trying to tell Calyndra that we can find out if anyone's come by through here just regularly.
Mm-hmm.
If yes, then okay, maybe we don't want to risk any more information. But if no, then maybe we could leave a message with them to say like, hey, so and so is looking for this thief when she shows up, and then maybe we can ambush her. What do you think, Calyndra?
Maybe.
It's either that or we're gonna have to turn back now.
Well, I was thinking if there's a place we could hide, and then when we see her, because if she hasn't come by yet, then just ambush her.
Yeah, between guard patrols and the
That
perimeter
way.
of the city and stuff like that, you guys would know that it's very difficult to maintain any kind of shade. You could sneak, Calyndra, because you have some of those abilities, and Kite might be able to duck into some trees and stuff. But there are guard patrols. There's lots of torchlight and all kinds of
Within or without?
outside and on the inside, the immediate inside of the city walls.
That would mean that someone should have seen her then.
Yeah, if anybody approached the gates, you guys know there's a broad spectrum of light and posts with lights and stuff like that, like torches that are put up along the side of the road leading up to the gates and stuff. So you can't get within 100 feet of the gates without being spotted by somebody for sure, even at night.
So, do you want to try and get some information from the guards and then maybe lay an ambush for her?
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's do it then. So now, yeah, they'll go up to the guards.
Okay. And I'm just gonna load up something here. Okay, so you guys trot up to the guards. And the guards are, they're always a little bit hesitant when people approach. They don't easily identify, and they just say, hello there. What's your business in Sember at this late hour?
Hail, guard. We're looking to meet up with a traveling companion of ours. Can you tell us, have there been any late night travelers come through here?
He's like a couple of gentlemen on horseback, a few families in and out, the usual peasantry, but nobody of any immediate concern. Why? Is someone after you?
Nothing like that. We're looking for, and then just give a description. She was blonde, right?
Oh, he's like, no,
Yeah.
he's like, some fairly well-known citizenry of Sember has returned, but no woman. Did you say on horseback? Or did you not?
She didn't. She just gave
Just
a
described
brief description.
Okay, yeah. So he says, yeah, there's been no one of that description come through.
We must be early then. Okay. Thanks for your help there, guard. And then I guess maybe we'll go inside a little bit and
Okay.
yeah, maybe we'll just see her there and yeah, thanks for your help.
Okay, so he lets you in, and you guys carry on. Are you going to the Gilded Goblet, the Smashed Matic? Are you hanging out in the streets? Are you doing patrol?
Maybe just quick.
Take to the rooftops.
Yeah, maybe just as soon as they get out of earshot from the guards.
Head up an alley and up onto the roofs.
Okay. So
Yeah.
So you guys leave the North Market area and head up on top of the rooftops. And I'm going to need an acrobatics check, unless you guys are going to take the long route up, in which case it's going to put you, say, 20 minutes to try and navigate your way up to some kind of rooftop advantage. Otherwise, you can roll acrobatics and get up there right away.
Speaking of 20 minutes, what time chronologically are they compared to us right now with our night's
They're
rest?
at 4 in the morning, so they're about 4 hours prior to you guys waking.
All right, so during this time is when we're doing our paperwork, finding a flat surface,
Sure.
checking to make sure everything's tidy and all that good stuff.
Yeah, you guys would have to be holding up a torch or something at that point, because you don't have infravision.
Yeah.
So prestidigitation.
Yes.
So yeah, you just have to have some kind of light source, but the night rolls by fairly uneventful for you anyhow. And you guys wander in and up to the rooftops. Calyndra and Kite, can I get a perception check from you while you're up there, please?
20.
Well, both of you spot. Yeah, both of you spot them right away. You spot looks like a youth dressed in like a smaller person cloak. Could be a halfling or a small child that's perched up atop one of the rooftops, several hundred yards, just to your northeast from where you're standing. You guys are facing south, so it would actually be southwest from where you're facing. Sitting on a rooftop, they're not looking at you. They appear to be looking down into another street on the other side of that house.
Do we see anything down there if we kind
Well, you're a ways away from there. You would have to
okay.
take some time to book it over there. But you have identified there's somebody, sitting up there, crouched up by a chimney.
I see.
Hey, Calyndra. What are the odds you think that's one of your Thief Guild buddies?
Oh, very high.
You're gonna wave high?
No.
No,
I
we're
said very high chance.
So
I'm not stupid.
Yeah. So what do you do?
Hello.
It's moving on 4 in the morning and 3:30, we'll say.
What I think we might be able to get some info out of this guy. If you distract him, I might be able to sneak around behind him and grab him.
Ooh.
Or do you think you can just chat him up?
I have the spell Silent Image. We could distract him that way too, so he could.
Does it play a Charlie Chaplin film for him, or what is
Yes.
Silent Image? It's like, what?
I got the reference. Yep.
I'm not even familiar with that spell.
I don't know, Ty. Do you have the book there?
Ooh, I'm gonna learn a new spell. I like it.
I've been looking into the illusion spells. I believe it's a spell that you can move, but it doesn't do anything like speak or make sounds or sense.
So it's like a hologram.
Like a shadow, right?
It's like a hologram that can move, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You create the image of an object, a creature, or some other visible phenomenon that is no larger than a 15-foot cube.
Oh, okay.
The image appears at a spot within range and lasts for the duration. The image is purely visual. It isn't accompanied by sound, smell, or other sensory effects. You can use your action to cause the image to move to any spot within range. As the image changes location, you can alter its appearance so that its movements appear natural for the image. For example, if you create an image of a creature and move it, you can alter the image so that it appears to be walking. Physical interaction with the image reveals it to be an illusion because things can pass through it. A creature that uses its action to examine the image can determine that it is an illusion with a successful intelligence investigation check against your spell save DC. If a creature discerns the illusion for what it is, the creature can see through the image.
And what is your spell save DC on that?
13.
Okay. So what are you going to cast the image of?
Could cast as a rich looking walker by down below and see if he jumps.
Or I could cast it as looking like Grond.
You could do that too.
It'll give us an idea if she's gotten back here or not or yet.
I didn't know you had this spell. This is a
Ooh.
perfect one to cast as Thurgar.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's.
So
It's a good idea. I'll
so you're
leave the
casting
strategy to you, Calyndra.
What are you gonna cast?
Should I do it as Grond?
Your
Yeah.
call there.
Let's have it go as Grond walking down the street
Okay.
within his view.
Maybe see if you can put him at a disadvantageous position, like say he walks down an alley alone.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe down the alley next to us or something, or closer to us.
Okay.
Beat.
And then while she does that, Kite's gonna kind of hide below, so she's ready to act on this guy, depending on what he.
Okay, so you see, you cast a spell, and it appears that they failed their save. They seem very intent on Grond down at the bottom for a moment, seeing him walk into the alley, but they kind of duck their head over and then turn their attention back to watching the rest of the alley.
I don't think she's back yet.
So maybe if we keep an eye on the gate, we might be able to see her.
The other option that we could try is it's be more risky, but we could go. I could say that I want to meet Ildrek, and say that the blonde thief killed Thurgar.
So you're gonna try and communicate with the Thieves Guild to set up a meet,
What do you think?
or are you gonna go go into the sewers and try and find the Thieves Guild yourself?
Well, there's that too.
That's a risky move if it's just the two of us.
It is. That's why I said it could be pretty risky to do.
As your DM, I'm telling you, do not go into those sewers. Just the two of you.
Sorry, you cut out there, but I think I caught the gist of what you were saying. Yeah, I think that might be a little too dangerous, Calyndra.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
But maybe we could send a message to Ildrek, and let him know that there's a traitor in the guild, and tell him of Thurgar's demise.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that. That's
So dissension.
yeah.
So dissension in the ranks, indeed. Okay, so are you going to try and communicate with the thief that just didn't move and was continuing to scan the alley? He looks like he's a lookout of some sort.
This might be all up on you, Calyndra. They'll just get aggressive if I show up.
Yeah, you know what? I'll sneak over to the roof top
Okay.
of by him.
Okay, so I'm just going to. Are you going to give him any indication you're coming up, or are you just going to suddenly 2 feet away from his head and be like,
I'm not. I don't want my. I don't want a dagger through me.
yeah. So yeah, or like spook him off the roof or something.
I mean.
Yeah. So
one less thief to worry about.
So you're just gonna kind of, I don't know, tap on a roof or something, get his attention when you're close.
Yeah.
Some kind of like bird call or something.
Okay, so he like turns and looks at you, and he kind of gives you a look over, and then he says in Thieves' Cant, he's like, "What do you want?"
I have a message for Ildrek.
He's like, "Do I look like a messenger?"
Yeah.
Well,
You do now, punk.
Yeah, it's the kid's maybe 14. It's like maybe a 14-year-old kid, scruffy hair, but he's got a cloak
Want
on.
to get in his good books, numbnuts?
well,
So
let
he
me
says,
just say
"What's in it for me?"
Well, your leader's life,
He's like, "My leader's life."
Ildrek's life.
He's like, "Are you threatening Ildrek? Because
No.
that'd be a really big mistake," he says.
I'm not threatening him.
Trying to say.
And then the blonde thief. I'll just kind of mention that she's killed Thurgar, whatever his name is, and yeah, she's after his seat.
Oh, okay. So he like kind of raises an eyebrow. He's like, "Are you kidding me?" He's
I
like,
saw her kill him.
he's like, "That's incredible." He's like, "Ildrek's gonna be pissed," and then he says, "And who should I say this information's coming from?"
the dark elf that he was dealing with before.
Does the dark elf have a name? He continues to pry.
He'll know who I am.
He's like, all right, well, I'm going to go tell him right away. This sounds big. And he darts off to go and do whatever it is he's going to do. And now we'll say it's, it's getting on in the wee hours of the morning. You're going to have a limited amount of time to try and rest. And then, unless you guys want to do something else, well, you still have some nighttime.
Are we going to stay in the city?
I think we've done all we can with this. It might be a good idea to
Grab our horses
meet back
and
up
head
with
back?
the other. We do have to give these horses back.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys are attempting to leave the city now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the guards stop you at the north gate, and they recognize you, and they say, "Are you leaving so soon? Why the sudden trip?"
Well, we're worried for our friend. She said she was supposed to be here last night. We're worried that something may have happened to her. So
He's
we're
like,
gonna
"Oh."
go out and look
He's
for her.
like, "Oh, okay, sorry." He's like, "There's been bands of orcs and such raiding people on the roads. I totally understand. Please make haste and good luck finding your friends. May you find them
Thank
well."
you, sir. Thank you, sir. Come on, let's go. Yeah.
The other guard just silently waves as you guys take off on your stolen horses, and you head at you head at full gallop. So I'm gonna say just as you guys are coming to and waking up, and Gone Bops is like laying down some morning beats, that you guys hear the of horse hooves. Yeah, you hear the sound of
Alright,
horse hooves
so-
approaching.
During
And
the
I
break,
use
we'll,
my
we'll make the
nature-
tests.
Oh,
What's that?
During the break, we'll make the tests for our paperwork, laying it flat, checking it twice.
Okay.
Gonna find out who's naughty and nice.
Okay.
and I'm gonna do a nature check on those horses to see if they match the description of the family I gave 10 gold pieces to.
You know what? Where are we going here? Persuasion, stealth, survival. No, you know what? Simple common sense.
Observation.
Yeah, simple observation tells you that these are in fact the horses you're looking for. Yeah, so
Like, you're the thief?
yeah,
You owe me 10 gold pieces!
Calyndra
We
just
didn't
We
steal
borrowed
anything,
them.
yeah,
We
Kite,
borrowed
Well,
them.
I gave
and
him
we're
a
gonna
witness.
give them back.
Kite
Yeah,
just
right.
Kite just looks at you. These aren't the horses you're looking for.
It's like, that family was traumatized, and I give them a whiff of skunk in their face.
Oh man, he's like, "Oh, that is some bad Buddha weed, man. That is like, whew." Now did you say? He's like, "Now did you say skunk the plant or skunk the animal? I'm not sure which one you're referring to."
I'm like, 10 gold pieces!
Okay, skunk the animal. Okay, yeah, that is going to take some serious tomato sauce in the nostrils to get it out of there after Gone Bop has put that there. So you catch
Wait,
it.
did
There's
that
just a hint. There's a hint of blue, just like under Kite's face, and so please. I feel bad enough for this already, but
Oh, man.
well,
Calendra's like,
promise
for
we'll
that,
give them
you're
back.
not getting your 10 gold back.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, as a matter of fact, as
And-
controlled as Gone Bobs tries to make that smell, the whole lot of you start to smell a dose of Fromunda cheese in the area.
Kite is also just gonna fall straight off her horse because she was exhausted at that point.
Yeah, and you are. So you guys are all rejuvenated, except for Grond and Gone Bobs, who are, you're rested, but you could have used an extra hour or two of sleep for sure. But you notice that Kite and Calyndra are dusted. They're exhausted.
I'm gonna return Kite's possessions to her.
Okay.
Yep.
She is passed out on the floor.
Okay.
Just
I think
lying
we should-
beside her.
I think we should.
Try and get her head comfy.
Okay.
I think we should let our companions rest for a little while here and prepare some food for them and get ready for a day's journey. Perhaps I can just play a little soothing music to help ease them to sleep.
There's a little anime snot bubble going through Kite's mask.
So yeah, the horses are sticking around too. They haven't tried to walk off on their own or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we
go
should-
take the horses and go tie them up
Okay.
next to where we're gonna rest.
Okay. So
And I'm going to place a little bit of an illusion around so that we're a little more obscured, you know?
okay, so you're gonna cast some. Hi. It's like, no, grab a d20, get on in here.
Yeah, no kidding.
So are you guys still right near that deadfall over top of the pile of corpses and stuff, or have you moved somewhere up from the road?
We needed to go somewhere that had a very, very flat surface,
Okay.
and somewhere that had some no, just a real flat surface at that point. So and away from the smell of rotting corpses. Even
Okay.
though I'm okay with it, I'm sure.
Okay.
Wait,
And
yeah,
fermentation.
maybe we're.
Yeah, you guys
We're
actually
all
notice
here.
there's crows. Like you can hear crows cawing like off in the distance in the direction of where those corpses were.
Oh yeah, that draws in other predators, and then yeah, no, let's make our way at least 150 yards away.
Yeah, so you guys continue on till you get at the edge of the smell of death in the area. That's it's fairly permeating now, and you step into a fresh spot on the road. The ground here is actually quite flat and well trodden. So,
Is there a flat rock somewhere?
I'm gonna get you to roll an investigation for me.
No, I'm good at those.
Nat 20.
Yeah,
The big old nat.
rolls.
So you
27.
find a nice broad flat rock. I mean, if you were a giant, this would be the perfect skipping stone.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so it's like this big, really flat.
This will help with my book preparations.
Okay. So you found a nice big rock. Now, how are you going to carry that, Emus? Because it is too big and heavy for you to be lugging around.
The rock?
Oh yeah.
No, I just need to sit on it for a while. I have to lay out a bunch of pieces of paper.
Okay.
So I'm looking also for little tinier rocks as paperweights.
Okay.
I need at least 3 or 4.
So you find everything that you need. With that 20, you find all the little rocks that you need and the big flat rock that you required, and you start placing out your paper and stuff like that. And everybody else can take a rest at this point. Calyndra and Kite, you guys get a short rest. And then you guys can either decide whether you're going to continue to rest or whether you're going to continue on the road.
We take a full rest here. Let's get everyone back as reasonable as we can before we press on to the new matters, which we do have to talk about.
And how are you dealing with watches at this point? Because this is first thing in the morning. This is like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning when you guys are all gathering up here.
I'm concentrating on my preparations here. Again, this is kind of secretive wizard stuff. I'll let you know what I'm doing in the break, and I need to make some rolls, I'm sure. But
Okay.
yeah, no, I need to concentrate as much as I can, as long as I can.
Okay.
For what I'm doing.
Okay.
So
No
Grond
problem.
Kite's
and I
just
take
full passed out.
Grond and I think can rest, eh, buddy? Or can
Grond
do the watch?
Grond
I
is
mean,
actually pretty well rested. I'm gonna
Yeah.
watch, and I'm gonna keep an eye on everything.
yeah, me too.
Everything.
And I only need 4 hours rest, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, after 4 hours I'll be
Insomnia.
Yeah. So, and you do. You
Yeah,
actually,
man.
both you and Kite pass out immediately. You basically black out, and you sleep better than you slept in quite some time, and awake about 4 hours later.
I swear we didn't cast sleep on you guys. I swear.
Yeah. So Grond and Emus, like, what are you guys doing here with the paper? We can kind of touch
That
on that
is-
for a moment right now.
No, that is a bit of a wizard secret.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
I'm learning a little bit of what he's doing. I'm preparing for in a couple of levels to maybe pick up either a level of wizard or a level of bard, depending.
Okay.
And I'm just kind of watching between him and Gone Bops.
Okay. So, do you want to stay and continue to focus on those studies, or do you want to pick that up now and head south towards Sember, or?
So this was more of a wake up early kind of thing before they returned.
Okay.
And
yeah.
once they've returned, I should be finished.
Okay, so I'm going to consider that all the planning and preparation and illustration of the events you just described are good enough, and that you've managed to successfully do what you need to do.
Okay. Yeah, it would have been one roll, but I have a +7 on it. So.
Okay, so yeah, let's roll. Roll 'em.
Oh, that's out of the box. That's decent. 24.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's decent, he says.
Yeah. Absolutely.
My lowest plus is +2, I think. So, but yeah, no, +4, +7.
So now it is a wizard secret you can reveal to us at the appropriate time.
Do I reveal what's going on?
You don't at the appropriate time. You don't even have to say anything.
No, I'm not. This isn't the right time.
Perfect. Then we are moving on. So everybody's is healed and rested. Spells.
What I do is I look at Grond and I give him the wink of satisfaction approval. Yeah.
Yeah.
Success.
Yeah, he's just like ting, little sparkle.
Sorry. Demolition Man high five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it's slightly overcast this morning. It's warm, it's springy, but it is slightly overcast. The air is very humid.
Once Kite and Calyndra wake up, she'll start telling the group what happened, like that they lost track of her, but they're pretty sure they ran into her before. And then explain what happened. Thanks.
You tell them about the guy on the road?
As she starts to tell him, I just kind of elbow her and just kind of, and then we caught some horses and commandeered some horses. And
we borrowed them.
You owe me 10 gold pieces.
We borrowed them,
and you put under my nose. I'm still smelling it.
On my honor, I will return these horses. But that's not the important part of the story. The important part is
10 gold pieces. Those horses are now ours, I think.
We didn't catch up with her, but I put a bit of a. I told one of the other thieves that she killed Thurgar, and that she's going for Ildrick. So
nice attempt, good try.
Yeah, so you've planted that seed, and what springs from that, we'll all find out soon enough, I'm sure. So is everybody setting out, packing up your gear, and heading south on the road?
Well, maybe we should decide. So what do we want to do? Do we want to risk going back to December, or do we want to just leave this?
You hear horse hooves approaching from the south.
We had a plan B. It might be smart because if December's too hot, to stick with Plan B.
The two person and one wagon caravan stops some distance away from you, about 150 yards up the road. They're uncertain what to make of the large group of people, including Grond, standing in the middle of the road.
So 2 horses, and then we have 2 horses.
Yeah, 2 horses leading a single wagon with 2 riders sitting in there.
We'll separate the way, but we'll
just move off to the side.
We'll kind of hoe them, like
wave them off.
Do you wish to parlay for a moment?
Oh, okay.
Do we recognize them at all?
They seem very hesitant. They're kind of staying a bit of a distance now. They've come to within about 80 yards ahead of you, and then they're just kind of holding position. We have no quarrel with you. We just wish to pass.
Oh, pass through.
I am not an orc. You are free to pass. If you'll take a look 70 yards down hence from where you are, you will see our handiwork from last night.
He's like,
always the braggart.
Handiwork? They start making their way slowly around you, kind of giving the party a very wide berth.
And I give him a whiff of cinnamon in the air as they pass by.
Okay, he's a little taken aback when you gesture towards him at first, but then the smell of cinnamon hits you, and he kind of pauses for a moment. He's like,
"Be well, my friends. Good journey. Good journey."
He's like,
I'm glad it's not skunk.
The guy waves. He's like, and you, my small friend, and you as well. And
we are doing our best to clear these roads of the bandits.
Yeah.
Have you seen any more in your travels?
He's like, bandits? No, we've heard tell these roads are dangerous. We're trying to make a quick travel to Drake's Hollow.
Grond's just gaining rep every time.
Yeah.
We are needing to return to Drake's Hollow as well to return these horses that some horse thieves stole. If you wish, we can accompany you. And hope to protect you if you wish, for a fee.
They say we are too poor for whatever fee you might be charging. Our farm is just north of the Drake's Hollow. We've traveled this road often. We don't require any protection, just swift travel. If you'll excuse us.
You may be excused. I would take payment as little as a meal each day.
Oh, we got enough, Grond. Let these fair folk pass. Are we really on our way to Drake's Hollow, or are we going to...
This guy, you hear the guy butt into his friend with an elbow. He's like, it sounds like extortion.
Be on your way, merry folk.
Fair enough. Be off without my protection, then, if you think such.
They carry on. They look very nervous, but they carry on.
They have to
So
feed
Gone
Grond.
Bops.
They're running out of food within a day.
Yeah.
Half a day.
Gone Bops, you said you ran into those horse owners and they went to Drake's Hollow?
So, yeah, they stop about 100 feet up the road, and they look back, and the one guy calls back. He said, we could take the horses for you to Drake's Hollow. And then
Yeah, Kite'll...
and the other guy
offer
pipes
to
up.
please.
The other guy pipes up, for a price.
Why
you
were we
could
going
pay.
December?
He's
Why
a-
were we
Hey.
going December?
Yeah, Kite'll do that. She feels bad about the whole events, especially with a poor
Kite?
traveler on this road.
Kite, don't worry.
Did we let them know that we compensated them well?
Yes,
Really
they will
well?
have horses. These horses are ours. I've already... They
What
seem
you
to
do
be...
with your money is your problem, but my honor says I would give these back, so I will.
Ah, your honor, Sploner. Just take the horses so we can load it with our stuff on our travels.
She does think about that for a minute. How well did you compensate them?
10 gold pieces, in fact. They'll give them mighty fine horses. Probably better than these
Racehorses.
ones.
Yeah, you guys have a good trip to Drake's Hollow.
They kind of look at each other puzzled for a second, shrug, and then continue on their way north. And you lose sight of them relatively quickly.
So to answer Calyndra's question about what do we need to go to Sember for, the only thing is I have a sonnet from that druid that could be translated there. But it could also be translated in other big city like Calyndra.
High watch.
How
Or-
about High Watch?
Well, the druid said Calyndra, and but we could try High Watch as well. Why not?
I'm
Because
afraid our friend also has to go to high watch with all speed.
Well,
and Emus has an appointment in High Watch.
there is no hurry on my end. Let's set out.
Okay.
High Watch. There's a hurry for you.
So, in order to get to High Watch, you'll have to go almost through Sember to get to that main road.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So,
Here I thought we were letting Sember drop because it's too hot.
well,
but,
you can go around it. I mean, you can go to the city gates and just, work your way around Sember if you're giving it a, a wide berth kind
We
of
could
thing.
we could also travel through and see how hot it is for us.
That's a good idea.
Ildrak wants to see us, and he's thankful that
You just want to throw
whatever.
another axe in someone's face.
Not necessarily, because we might actually be able to use this if we've implanted doubt. And I mean, it's a thieves guild. Let's be honest, everyone's a damn slit throat.
Yeah, there is no honor among
Superstitious.
thieves. That's the thieves.
Superstitious,
But
cowardly
let's be
lot.
honest,
Yeah.
if Thurgar is dead, and he knows that Thurgar is most likely too much of a match for us, sucka. Either way, I mean, he's going to be wondering who did it and how they did it. And she would be one of the ones with the capacity to do so, I'm sure.
So if we go back, we're acting like we're still innocent. Like
That's
we
a good
didn't
point.
do it. We're like, man, we saw it. All these witnesses saw it happen.
Here's Thurgar's head. It's proof. He's dead.
There's only one problem,
Okay.
pipes up a small voice from atop his war pony.
Hey, I was about to ask, what happened to Thistlefoot?
Doing this whole time.
He's just been hanging around. Yeah, he's just been hanging around with the war pony, pulling him off into the brush with you guys and just kind of biding his time. But he said, at this point, when they're heading back, he just says, "What to do with me? I don't want to get spotted going into Sember. Is there a way to hide me?"
might be entirely too dangerous for you to even go near Sember. But don't you
What?
need to go save your family? You know where they're being held, right?
He's like, yes. He's like, that's why. He's like, look, the thing is the key that I have, and he pulls out a small box, and he opens it up, and you see that the key is actually crafted of wax. He says, I have to get it to someone who can craft a key. I made a copy of the only key. This opens a small secret door at the base of Silverwater Falls and allows access to a way for me to get my family, but the way is very dangerous, he says, and I still need to get this key crafted, and I need a smithy to do that.
Where can we find a smithy?
He's like, Sember.
I knew
Of
it.
course.
Yeah.
Perhaps
But is
if
not
we
Sember too
disguise
hot
you.
for you?
He's
You
like,
wish to dive into the fire?
he's like, I can't. He's like, I cannot, but I can trust. Given the recent day's events, I can trust you with this wax key. He's like, it's the only copy, and I sense that I may have earned the ire of somebody very powerful in its duplication. He says, so please take this box, and he closes it and hands it to Grond and says, please take this box and try and find a smith that can craft the key for you. If you can craft it, I can show you where it's rumored this entrance at the base of Silverwater Falls might be.
Is there a city or town near Silver Waterfall?
You know, he's like there's a couple of settlements west, northeast, southwest. A couple of settlements west between the Blood Ice Peaks and Calyndra, but mostly it's a fairly straight road west to Calyndra from Silverwater Falls.
Would have that had anything to do with the scroll magic map that was uncovered we have right now?
Do you show that to Thistlefoot?
I think it might be wise.
You're going to show him the copy that shows all the details on it stuff?
All I'm going to
I'm
do
gonna
is
pull out
not show him the magic part. I'm just going to show him my book copy of both maps.
Okay, yeah.
So it's not magic.
And
Okay.
I'm going to pull out the key and I'm going to compare it to the wax impression.
Okay. So, yeah, which key? The key that you have?
The one that we found inside of a sword.
Yeah, they're totally like not a match at all instantly.
Damn it.
Yeah,
So then that map's
the
probably not going to do anything.
the wax copy of the key is very intricate. It's like you can tell it was made by a master keysmith of some sort. But the map actually, when Thistlefoot looks at it and he looks at the symbols of the trees and the rocks next to Silverwater Falls, he's like, I've seen this. I've been here. He's like, I know where those rocks are. He's like, I know exactly where those rocks are. He's like, I've never
So
found the
straight-
secret entrance, but those rocks, I know exactly where that is.
We
Is
need to
Drake's
get
Hollow
into
on the
that.
way?
Yeah, Drake's Hollow is about 4 days south of where Silverwater Falls is.
So what if we have him just meet us at Drake's Hollow then?
What if we try and use the secret entrance bypass the key entirely?
No, he's like, the key is necessary to open the secret entrance. He's like, I didn't find the location, but I did manage to get a copy of the key made. I just lucked out. There happened to be somebody traveling out of that secret entrance that was making the mistake of carrying this key on them.
Well, we can do our best to get this key made, but yeah, I think Calyndra's right. It should be safest for you to wait near either Drake's Hollow or Calyndra, and we
Drake's
meet
Hollow.
you there once we. Okay, Drake's Hollow when we find the key.
He's like, he hoists little Lucky around and says, okay then, I will make haste to Drake's Hollow and try and stay safe there. I'll speak to the proprietor, Rianne. She seemed sympathetic.
You may do well to invest in a disguise kit because we know these thief jerks. Their arms a bit long.
He's like, he looks kind of dark, his eyes dart back and forth. I guess I could probably have disguise kit somewhere. Yes, I'm sure I could come up with something.
I'll look at him and I'll say, I don't know that I've curried the favor with Uglek.
Erglak.
Erglak.
Yeah. I don't know if I've curried enough favor with the man, but if I could get you to request that he keep a special eye on you, I will return the favor to him.
Okay. He's like, oh, he seems very elated at the fact that you've said that, and he says, "I will certainly tell him. Thank you so much, and thank you for all your help. I look forward to your return." And then he turns and beats a hasty retreat out of there, galloping his little war pony at high speed.
Stay safe, friend.
Yeah, and he waves back, but says no more as his horse continues down the road. And it is a very short time before you lose sight of him as well, and now you are alone on the road.
Well, I was excited to hear that we were going to High Watch, but there's a bit of a dread that knowing we have to go back to December one more time.
But it's closer to High Watch, Kite. It's closer to High Watch. We'll get there. Don't worry, my friend.
Yeah, so, and you're keeping
She
the
kind
horses,
of perks
right?
up a little bit at that. Yeah, well, I guess they're our horses bought and paid for now.
That's okay, because it's going to eliminate some encumbrance on you guys, I imagine. So the horses do have 4 large saddlebags each. You didn't actually stop to check into those until just now. So
Yeah, we'll check them.
opening up, you find a couple of bedrolls, some dry rations, some fresh fruit that is a little bit less than fresh at this particular moment, having been in a hot saddlebag for most of the day. And in the other saddlebags, you find a coil of 50 feet of rope. It's not silk, it's just standard hempen rope. And you find some dry rations and another bedroll.
Is anyone writing this down?
Lynette, does it look
I
like
got a couple of them. 50 feet of rope, bedrolls.
dry
Well, I
rations?
guess the fruit's all thrown out now, and dry rations.
The fruit's just
Okay.
it's mushy, or like, I mean, it's just a little overripe, but it's not
Gulp.
Kite's gonna give the fruit and rations to Gone Bops and say, "Here you go. Here's your investment."
I cast prestidigitation on it and make it taste like strawberry shortcake and just enjoy it.
Oh, nice. Well, the weirdness of the texture and the taste kind of gives you a little bit of a what the am I eating? But it's delicious and refreshing nonetheless.
I would just also say about the booty from the orcs and everything. I think one person should perhaps keep the treasure, but I did notice there's a short sword on there, and if anybody didn't mind, could I use that short sword? I only have a little dagger.
Yes. No. We should have a party secretary, kind of for this booty stuff.
Should we see if any of this stuff is magic?
Well, that's what I mean. As
Oh.
party secretary,
Do you
I
have
would,
the
like
ability
to-
to do that?
I do. It's called detect magic, and I can. But I do, like, that was part of the things I wanted to do secretly. I can't wait to this break. I'm going to reveal everything.
And Grond is going to hang out throughout that too, because, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we were kind of dealing with on that one.
Okay.
There's a plan, and the purple cloak later on. Calyndra, come on.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
so it's to be accurate. It's a black cloak that shimmers a bit purple when the light hits it certain directions.
Iridescent. Yeah.
Yeah, a
we're
bit of
gonna
It'll
purple
look good on her.
It inspires a song from Gone Bops with his drum, a little rap.
that stuff we can do publicly, but the some of the other stuff I need to know a few things before I share it with the rest of the party.
Okay. Yeah. So,
But yes, we're going to be trying to do detect magic on our booty there. That ring looks especially pretty cool. We're not going to try. We're going to see stuff like that.
Okay. So, did you want to just do that now, just to assess which ones are magical? Because you're not really going to be able to ascertain too much other than the fact that they are magical.
Yeah, no, it would be because that would be when we gathered the booty, take the secretary, do the because we had a lot of time twiddling our thumbs while they went on a Kentucky Derby.
Sure. Yeah.
So
Yeah, because the short sword's magical, long sword's magical, cloak's magical.
Yep.
The
oh man, third guard was pimp.
yeah. So the short sword, the cloak, the long sword, the one ring that I sent you guys a picture of, that was also magical.
To rule them all.
Which was beautiful, by the way. Great
Thanks.
art on that.
Thanks, man.
Beautiful art.
Thank
I
you.
wish I had that ring and cloak.
Yeah, well, it might be yours if. the
It
price is
is.
right.
You'll have the
It's
short
too
sword.
Precious to me.
I think that this wee sword is the only thing that fits me.
Yeah, so the cloak would definitely be oversized for you. It's like a soft, supple, thin suede. It's like really soft. You're not sure what kind of animal hide it's made out of, but
So
Maybe
at some
on the
point, we're
wedding
gonna have
day.
to do a booty share with all of that as well.
yep.
Okay.
So yeah, I
So-
mean, you guys can gather from that. Like, if somebody has something to buy, you can certainly take it from party treasure and deal with that. It saves everybody having to manage individual treasure and stuff like that. So if you want to keep your own individual, you can keep some for yourself. Just let the party treasurer know so that she can take that out of the party hoard.
So, does anybody else need a short sword?
No, that's yours.
It is yours, little man.
It's
Wait,
probably as tall as you, but that's great.
I'm
Nice.
guessing
Who
though,
uses
if we
the
go to
long
December,
sword
we
here?
don't want to go waltzing in there wearing Thurgar stuff. No.
We
No.
don't flash his crap around the wall.
No, I
Ah,
have it folded nicely into my satchels of holding.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And he was also wearing some very nice leather armor.
Nice what?
Leather armor. Unfortunately, most of that leather armor took a really, really bad axe, so it would need to be repaired.
Kite's
Grond.
gonna grab one of the bedrolls, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. It's a clean bedroll.
Can Kite wear leather armor?
Not as a monk.
No, monks are no armor.
I can, but it's probably not my size. The leather.
No.
Just find a tailor.
Yeah, medium human.
Oh,
How about Emus?
It would
I
fit.
believe I have leather armor.
Yeah, it would fit Emus, but it is bloody and it's got gashes in it right now.
I have armor underneath, just leather armor, not padded armor, underneath my robe.
Okay.
If you
That's-
learn the spell, or if I learn the spell mending, which is one of the ones I was thinking, I might be able to repair some of those gashes,
Right.
and that would be handy for you.
Where is?
Yeah, so let's keep that.
What else was there? Were those the only items? I can't remember if there was another.
Who's after that longsword? Probably Calyndra.
Yeah, so it's a
Calyndra
silver
longsword?
longsword with gold filigree. It's no, it's just a little bit smaller than your average longsword, and it tapers to more of a point versus the long straight blade.
She doesn't use a long sword. If someone
So-
else.
If you can
Everybody,
use it, take it.
remember what you're taking personally,
Mhm.
and then I'll go through the notes of what we're getting as booty, and then I'll add it into the D&D Beyond party chart.
Well, I've also in that
Okay.
CC room, I can always do a strikeout, and as soon as someone takes something, I just do a strikeout on it.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
How does that work?
Yeah.
So let's just go into. I'm going to go into the Take20 into our channel.
Yep.
And find the last thing I posted. So I'll post. Hey, I will strike this out, and then I'm going to do edit and strikeout. So now, if you
Where
guys
was
take
this?
a look at that, it's in the Chryalis general chat.
Oh.
And anytime something is removed, I can now officially strike that out from that area. So I can edit my post and strike it out.
All right. So
I see.
on our party booty, I have most of the other stuff from like the trophies from the Manticores. I didn't grab the last stuff with the rings.
Okay.
So
I've
grab what you're
actually
grabbing
got that.
first.
I've got that pinned.
Awesome.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So yeah, you guys are.
That makes it easy for the secretary. Thank you.
Yeah. So
No
you have all that kind of assessed. And what are you doing at this stage? You're all kind of gathered up, and you've sorted through the bedrolls and such in the saddlebags.
could I do an Arcana check on the short sword that I got?
Well, Jace did detect that that was magical.
Could I
Yes,
use my
that was
history
just
check?
detect magic. I didn't do any history checks or investigations, but we were pretty low level to recognize any
Yeah,
of the
you guys are too low level to be able to recognize that deep a detail into the magical item.
Okay.
Certainly something I will allow at later levels. but not
Or
right
with
now.
an identify spell or something, but
That's
that
right.
would be.
Yeah, that's right.
Even my proficiency in history doesn't have anything to do with thieves.
The only time I ever apply that, if like where somebody just random like Grond could just use a history check looking at a weapon to identify something, is if that weapon was some kind of
What's
cut
that?
You
out
didn't
there.
come through there.
weird. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so it's just my mic. Yeah, so if Grond, for example, picked up a sword and wanted to say, hey, do I recognize this sword? Like, do I recognize anything about it? The only time I actually allow that to have an effect with somebody who doesn't have a, long-standing history with weapons or magic is if that item or that magical item or weapon is of such a unique nature that it would have been in history books, like that easily identifiable.
Mm-hmm.
So, it could have been useful, but at this time, you aren't getting any sense of anything from these.
Okay.
Okay.
So, you guys are continuing down the road south towards Sember, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, and is anybody on the horses, or are you just leading them? You're all walking.
What's
Anybody
that?
what?
You
Raven,
cut out
I'm,
again.
Sorry, it
I'm
was the
going
horses.
sorry, I'm going to send up the Raven, of course. He's always our eyes and ears.
Okay. Let me see if I can.
I'm
just
gonna
turn
be
this.
riding one of the horses. I'm like very good with the animals, and I want to make sure that they're comfortable with us and
Okay.
that they know that we're buddies now.
Okay.
So
Do we name them?
yes, yeah, but their names will come in time. They'll tell us when they're ready.
Yeah, and just don't name them like Slowpoke and Meat Shield or anything like that.
One is Spot, the other is 2 Bits.
Yeah.
What else do you name a quarter horse?
Yeah. Waka waka waka. Okay, so you guys continue south on the road, and look at that. You do actually. I'm gonna get a perception check from everybody, please.
Oh, 12.
3,
11.
Wow.
6 actually.
Wow.
Natural one.
Wow.
So,
So,
my 15
We don't
was
see
the best.
shit.
yo, Grond is the only
Grond.
one to hear some rustling in the undergrowth on the far left side of the road, probably about 50 yards ahead. You're not
Grond will-
sure what it is.
He'll kind of put a hand up.
Everybody stops for a moment, and you guys hear some snuffling. Sounds like large.
I apologize. The familiar is supposed to roll its own perception, I believe.
Did you have your raven out?
Yes, that's why Poe went up. Yeah.
Okay, so the raven would have spotted. You can, through your raven sight, you get the vision when Grond stops, and you can see a raven circling overhead. That there is a large wild boar up ahead.
John Bops, can you help with that?
It
You
appears
don't want-
about half to 2/3 the size of the boar you had encountered previously.
I think. How far away is this boar?
About 50 yards.
About 50 yards. Within about 30 yards or so, I should be able to let the animal know that we're no harm and
Okay,
and that
so
we're,
I'll get you to roll for me.
well. So that's my spell. That's animal friendship,
Right.
and the beast has to roll a wisdom saving throw
Yep.
or
And
be charmed.
what's
charmed
the
by
what's the DC on that saving throw?
So is that mine?
Yeah.
The spell save DC 13.
Okay, so he passed the DC.
Mm.
So he senses your presence, and he's just not quite sure what to make of you. He lifts his head up from rooting around for tubers or grasses or roots or whatever he was doing there, and he just kind of casts a furtive glance over at the party in your direction, but he's just sniffing the air. Hasn't seemed to be doing anything yet.
Mm. Let's just pass along, friends, and leave this boar to its business.
Okay.
Grond is going to kind of try and keep himself in between this boar and everyone.
Okay.
I'm not going to be aggressive. I'm just going to keep an eye on it.
Okay, so as you're moving around carefully, the boar looks at you, snorts, and paws at the ground once, and just kind of gives you a look like it might be trying to intimidate you.
I play a little music as we pass to try and soothe the atmosphere around the boar.
Okay. The boar does not appear to be amused by your music at all, but is really intent on Grond. He seems to be taking an alpha stance across the side of the road, but he's looking at Grond and just kind of watching Grond carefully, pawing at the ground every once in a while, but not charging.
Not a music lover, I guess.
Grond will not turn his back to this thing
Okay.
as soon as I'm past it.
Where are you looking as far as the creature's concerned? Are you just tell me if you're ever locking eyes with it.
Well, and that would be it. I would be locking eyes with this thing.
Okay, so if
Okay,
you're locking,
so if he's locking eyes, I'm going to make sure that I'm prepared, ready with my hands beside Grond's hip.
okay,
Because locking eyes with anything like that could...
yeah, you lock eyes with it, it immediately gets aggressive. Roll initiative.
Oh,
You cut out
again?
again.
Immediately what?
I don't know why it's cutting out on me so badly now.
It's always your last
No,
word
it's
for me.
fine.
Yeah, so I said roll initiative. It doesn't like you
trying
locking
to-
eyes with it at all.
Okay. For my action, I'm going to try and intimidate her. Is that a bonus action?
No, you can actually try and
17.
intimidate. He's just kind of giving you the aggressive move forward. So roll your intimidation.
Okay. I was going to say initiative of 15.
Okay, no,
And
that's good. That's a
intimidation.
better intimidation than that's a better initiative than what he had. So I'll give you a chance to intimidate.
I got 14 plus 4, 18.
Not you, Emus. You ain't intimidating shit.
Oh, no, I thought that was the initiative.
No, not initiative for all of you. Just between Grond and this thing.
13 plus 6, 19 intimidation.
Okay, yeah. The creature backs off towards the side of the road, but it looks hesitant because it's unsure of the party forming up on the road, the north side of the road, coming towards it, and you being across the road from it, kind of staring it in the face.
Keep going.
So it looks like it's might give you guys a pass. You're not sure, but it doesn't look like it's moving from its position on the side of the road. It just looks
Let's
like it's
keep going.
okay.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay, you guys managed to pass by the boar without incident, and it stares at you for a bit, just kind of dumbly as you're walking down the road. It just kind of, and then continues rooting around in the side of the road.
Hey, God,
Boring
Bops,
conversation anyway.
Yeah.
Give him a smell of bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't want some baby back ribs there anymore.
Yeah. Want my
I
baby-
know.
Maybe
baby.
maybe a truffle smells somewhere else.
Yeah.
I give Grond another whiff of bacon in his nose.
Okay, so you guys are continuing South December. We're going to call a break
Said
right
the
now.
boar, not me. Ooh.
Yeah. So we'll call a 10-minute break right now. And,
Okay.
And we'll regroup, and we'll see you guys all here in a bit. If anybody needs to discuss anything with me, now is the time.
Okay. Yeah, you will keep it on stream so everybody knows. Kite, ears plugged. Calyndra, ears plugged. And Gone Bops, not so bad. But the two that ran away.
Yeah, you'll just have to ignore the meta in this situation.
Oh, then I will go grab some drinks. So
Yeah.
see you in a bit.
Fuck off.
Shit.
Okay, gentlemen.
All right. So you'll notice in your notes, I sent you specifically
Let's
that.
Let's have a look here. Okay.
We are pulling out the scroll and putting a basic piece of paper back into the scroll case.
Okay.
We don't want Kite to know, so keep it quiet.
Okay.
Big thumbs up. And then
first-
we swap. Oh,
Yeah, we're casting detect magic on the scroll case and the scroll as well.
Okay, so the scroll is not magical, neither is the case.
All right, so the flat surface part
Yep.
it's not just a regular piece of parchment. We're trying to look at the scroll, see what ink it is, see if it's old, try and mimic that scroll as best we can,
Okay.
and then we're forging it and putting a different message in,
Okay.
and then with that different message, replacing it into the scroll
Okay.
to give Kite it back like it was untouched. The seal's still broken because it was broken by the Thieves Guild.
Right.
Before we bring it to the girl, we'll offer mending to fix it if we level up enough.
Okay.
But in the meantime, right now, to Kite, because she's never seen it, it could be the real one.
Okay. That's okay.
So my forgery skills and in initiative intelligence, when I rolled that was pretty well enough. So we're
Okay.
hoping that we forged it enough that it was that'll pass to the monks later.
Okay. So is there okay? So you're putting the forgery in, and then you're keeping a copy of that, or you're keeping the original scroll on you guys.
Keeping the original scroll on the. I've been given a scroll case,
Right.
so I have 2 scrolls with me now. So.
Okay.
And then
message?
I always copy things into my book. That's kind of my OCD, kind of on the spectrum of being not autistic, but more Asperger's kind of
Okay.
thing. So
Yeah.
I'm always copying stuff into my book.
Okay.
The message that I was thinking about, and this is what I was going to chat with you about.
Mm-hmm.
The message we wanted to put, and I'm just going to pass this by Emus or Jace.
Yeah. One of the same.
The what is it? The mission is nearly complete. We need your finest katana. Give it to the messenger so they can return it to me.
Okay.
And we got some loot maybe out of it. A
Okay.
knight,
If
like a
they're willing to
Matsui
discard Grond's
katana that takes
concept,
like 14
Okay.
years. to
exactly.
Okay.
Grond's concept is if they're willing to cast her life away and something that she is willing to die for,
Yep.
then they themselves are not even worth serving. So we're going to sever that relationship for her, even though they would sever her life.
Interesting.
We're going to sever that relationship with a gift
Okay.
to Kite and basically tell her, hey, this is blood. This is the blood money that was basically paid for your death.
Okay. This is really interesting. Really interesting. Okay.
And hopefully with this, she may get mad at us, but we're trying to gain her loyalty and let her know we're down to the death for her.
That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, no, this is all great stuff to put in for sure. I'll keep that stuff in mind, and I'll certainly note that in my notes here after the game. Yeah, it's good stuff, guys, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna mute my channel. I'm gonna go say hi to the girlfriend for 5 minutes, and then I'll be right back.
Yeah, I need at least 5. Okay, talk to you soon.
You got her.
Yep.
Different temperature.
your connection is much better where you are right now, hey, Jace?
Sorry, I just put my headphones in.
Oh, your connection's much better now at where you are?
Yeah. I think the wire that I have downstairs that goes hardline in is compromised from the cats.
Oh, too bad. That room looks sweet, man. Like,
Oh, that's just
looks
the
like a
basement.
castle.
No, it's my basement's kind of where I put all the models, and I've been collecting models for too long, so that's where they go.
I used to do models when I was about probably like 13 to 15, 16, you know?
Models like as in like
Oh,
cars.
the miniatures.
Oh
I
yeah,
used,
like
I used
Warhammer
to,
and such.
yeah, more like D&D, what do they call it? Battle system back then?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's old school.
Oh, yeah. Well, I played like third edition, so like
Yep.
in the 90s, I guess, mid 90s, early 90s, and uh, yeah, and then just starting like hadn't played for since then. So this fifth edition is little different, but it seems to be better though. I like it.
It's very streamlined, is what I'm
Yeah,
told.
yeah.
My this is my first experience with Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm 40K player, Warhammer 40,000. So science
Oh,
fiction armies, and then this is my first foray into fantasy world.
oh, cool. Okay. Yeah,
So
it's like it is pretty streamlined. It's all D20. Like before, there's just in third edition, like way more rolls and like you do these percentages on everything,
yeah,
and that's
more
like
math.
yeah, and like it's 2d10. You'd always be rolling two, like to
Yeah,
get a
yeah.
percentage and stuff. Yeah,
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 3 and
pretty.
3.5 are pretty renowned as, or well, actually 3 and 4, just the editions that sucked ass because it just
Oh, really?
yeah crammed so much complexity into the character
Yeah,
development and the combat
yeah,
system.
yeah.
So
I've never heard of a good word spoken about fourth edition yet.
yeah, and I have the entire like third and fourth edition master sets for like books. Like I had a friend buy them for me brand new and give them to
Oh,
me,
wow.
and I went through them and I was like, this is garbage. Like this is a terrible edition of Dungeons and Dragons. 2E is as honestly 2E is as elegant as it comes. 2E is probably the best, in my opinion, the definitive edition of Dungeons and Dragons. And 5e is good. It has some very good points. It has some increased fluidity in a lot of areas, but and I do like the D20 system. I do like it.
Yeah,
You know, it creates a much smoother gameplay, but there's still like some rules that you just got to homebrew or it's never gonna work. It's never gonna make
yeah,
sense.
yeah. No, I really
First
like the
edition
early
D&D
edition.
style?
Like
Yeah,
even
even the first edition, like
even
Advanced
the
Dungeons
first
and
edition.
Dragons,
Yeah,
awesome.
like so simple. Yeah,
Well, and for DMs, all the world building stuff was there, like all
yeah,
of it. You had a table for everything. You had, I mean, if you wanted to create stuff, you could just sit and just roll dice for an afternoon, and you had yourself a dungeon all done up.
yeah.
I have one question for you guys.
Sure.
As veterans of Dungeon, the art in fifth ed for their player's handbook or the monsters and
Yep.
everything like that,
Yep.
it leaves something to be desired, in my opinion.
So if you think that leaves something to be desired, 2 sucked ass.
Two
So yeah, 2
second
took a big
edition.
hit. Big hit. The best art, in my opinion, was first edition. Like the first
Third
edition
edition
and
is
second edition, some of the manuals, like all the Jeff Easley, Larry Elmore stuff, awesome stuff. I love that.
third edition is pretty sweet. Like they got
So
some like paintings of like fighters like taking down ogres, like holding them by the nose ring, and they're all like well painted. And
That was second.
was this
So
second?
That was second. That was an Elmore.
just
Oh,
hang on, I
That
spilled my
fighter woman
coffee.
has got that ogre by the nose ring, and she's got a big foot up on his chest. That's
here I'll
second.
go. Let me see here.
The cover that got me was the knight charging into the red dragon of the Dungeon Encyclopedia
DMG.
second. Yeah, that
Second
that
edition DMG Black Books.
I saw that. I didn't even know what it was. I bought the book. That's where I started reading it, and then I tried to convert all my friends to Dungeon.
Boy.
Yeah, you're right. Second
Just
edition.
gorgeous art, and a lot of that stuff was done in oil. Like Easley's and Elmore's was done in oil.
No, yeah.
How hard would that be to do?
I think it's really cool that a lot of you guys like D&D experience goes all the way back to like second and whatnot. Like most of the people I've played with, that's pretty cool. Most people I've played with, like the first one they've played is like 3.5 or a lot of them just
or peasant railgun.
basically.
Holy shit.
I played second ed for like 6 months. Couldn't convert my friends to it. They were too much into sci-fi. Warhammer 40,000.
Now 2E did this thing.
Oh, look at that.
2E did this thing where it has like a brilliant. See that art there? That's Elmore. That's Larry Elmore. So and that art's brilliant. This too is Jeff Easley. But then you go into these compendiums, and it is like the worst garbage you've ever seen in your life. It is like why even do it? But it was just like milking the cash cow at that point. Yeah, like that's an Easley painting. Beautiful.
Look at that. Eh?
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah, just
If
like
I was ever to do an IP like that, art is one of the main points to get people
100%. And you know, honestly, I sense they ripped those guys off on art. I don't know what gives me that impression, but I think they probably ripped them off because they got some of the best art I've ever seen. Like Elmore and Easley for sure are, you know, top of the pop. Yeah.
You see that good?
Yeah.
Kind of darker.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Oh, now you're getting. I gotta go grab it.
You want to see some really, really nice art as well? That not a lot of people have really seen. Look up the Al-Qadim.
Oh yeah,
Al-Qadim
Al-Qadim.
setting.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the art is stunning. And
Yeah.
even in the handbooks, all the hand drawn stuff, stellar stuff.
Oh yeah.
I really like that we're having D&D show and tell right now.
Yeah, that's Elmore right there, right? Yeah.
Which one's that?
See, that's an Easley painting right there. So yeah, it's Easley or Elmore. They're like the kings of second edition. It's there is not a piece of art that those guys do where I'm like, oh, this is a shit piece of art. Like it's impossible.
Yeah. That's what sells books.
It's so
is
awesome.
The covers.
Yeah, so awesome. Now that is, I don't know
You're
who
right,
that
Jeff
is.
Easley.
Is that Elmore? I don't think that's maybe it's.
It says Dorman on it.
Oh yeah, I
I'm
don't.
gonna do something anathema here.
Oh yeah, yeah. See now that's a ball in art, and that's a whole other style. I love that art too, though. I would love to see some fantasy work done by that artist. Yeah, that's awesome.
Rift's Palladium. I'm sorry, the system might
Yeah.
be crunchy. It's an abandoned and dying system, but man, it is disappointing because the art and the whole game and the setting, amazing.
Like you look at this Beholder, and then you go watch Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
Right?
That's like what I think of when you say beholder.
Yeah, right?
Behold.
Now, admittedly, the new version of the Beholder is pretty fierce looking, and I do like it. But yeah, the classic Beholders, yeah, awesome. See, now a lot of that stuff is Donald A. Trampier, DAP, and
This one is
Sutherland.
TD. Or no, that's not a J. That would be reverse. It looks like a TD and then a dot. Don't know who that is.
Yeah. Not sure. Yeah, I love all this show and tell too. I mean, this stuff is so amazing. I could talk D&D art for days. Yeah, especially when you start mixing in Dragon magazines, you want to pull out a loaf of those and start flipping through for some of the independent artists that inserted works in there. It's like, holy fuck, so many good artists. Like, I don't know what happened with the latest editions of D&D. It's really just where there's so much of it coming out and there's such a huge demand for more D&D material that they're just taking any and everything that they can get as far as art and modules and stuff. I've read some of the modules that have been published and stuff, and they're just, eh. You know, some of them
It
are...
out digitally and get it done.
Yeah, that's right. So, but so you guys continue on to December, and I've kind of rolled through on the last two encounters here. So I'm going to say that you managed to travel that half day fairly uneventful. You start coming into a few more people on the road, and you're pulling up towards. You're within eyesight of the gates of December right now, the north gate. Are you just going to cruise up and touch base with the guards and go into the city?
It's like we typically would.
Yeah, fly casual. We're
Okay.
Yeah.
we're here to save Ildrek and
Well, not even that. Just we're coming. Just
Okay. Yeah, you
Should we
guys.
come in a little more like charismatic and friendly? Should I be like perhaps playing a chill tune as we enter the city? Or do
Sounds
we
like
want
an
to be a
idea.
little more? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll play a little mellow tune and greet
Okay.
everybody with a smile and like a sparkle in my eye if I can.
Okay. And yeah, one guard is not amused with you at all and is very serious, and he kind of waves you through. The other guard is like very happy to kind of hear your tune, and he waves you through. The other guard kind of stops Grond on his side of you guys kind of bustling through the gate, and he's like, "Oh no, I remember you," and he waves you through. So you guys are just on the inside in the North Market of Sember now. And it's starting to pick up. It's fairly busy. There's people out shaking clothes and stuff off out of their windows, people opening their shutters, and market stalls starting to set up in the area. A few of them have already been set up. There's various clothing, textiles, fruits, nuts, other herbs and stuff like that being set up in various carts around the circle, and things are kind of starting to get moving here for the city.
I suggest that we stick together and perhaps focus on this key. And if there's someone along the way that maybe knows the translation of strange languages, maybe we could speak with them for a minute or two.
that sounds good.
Okay.
We
Look for a
didn't
blacksmith
grab
for
any
the
of
shop.
those. We didn't grab any of those flowers, did we?
No.
Or we didn't
we
pass
didn't
by
get
there.
a chance,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, that's fine. So we don't need to stop by what's her face.
But we can stop by and say we did visit him and he's doing well. And
Did we
Alright,
give him
yeah.
all
you
the
can even lay it on
quills?
thick and say he's thinking of her.
Yeah, no, somebody hung on to 2 quills, I think.
I think Jace's character kept a couple for himself, though.
I had some
You're
written
muted,
down,
Jace.
but
You have one?
or I had some written
I have
down,
one for
but
myself.
Okay.
I would have given those up.
I can give you a count right now what we have left. Description, equipment.
Kite had 7, but because I wasn't there when you guys were playing that one, she would have just given it to whoever was giving it to him.
I think we did include what we all brought. Because I think that was one of the reasons he was so happy to kind of lend us
Well,
aid.
so we gave them all to Elsith?
I think we gave him 5 or 10.
We gave them all but the one that I had, and one extra we saved to sell on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes, so I have one that I've turned into my magic writing for spellbook.
Yep.
And then we have one extra that it's sitting in my trophy sack, a bunch of other trophies.
Okay. All right. Well,
So I guess we're looking for that blacksmith, right?
okay. Well, you do.
Locksmith.
Yeah.
Key guy.
Tell you what, why do I have Adobe updated terms coming up in front of my screen here? Thanks, Adobe. You're awesome. So yeah, you come in the
Let's
North
count on
Market.
you.
Yeah, and you guys know that heading straight down through Sember, down through the central corridor, and in the central corridor, there's actually 2 smithies, just opposite from the Smashed Matic. And you kind of get the sense that these are two rivalry smithies. There's young lads out front calling people over from each one, trying to sway passers-by in for gauntlet repair and armor fashioning of all sorts. So you can stop at either one of them. They both look relatively the same quality, but one looks more focused on horseshoes, tack, and heavier, sturdier pieces of armor, horse armor, and the other one looks like he's focused a lot on weapons and some suits of armor.
I think the weaponsmith guy with the finer detail and stuff required would be the better choice.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, good.
100%.
You're actually spotted heading and looking in that direction. As soon as the young kid out front, the young apprentice, sees you, he gestures at you. You there. He's like, you look like you could use some, and he's sizing you up, looking you up and down, perhaps some new armor. We can fashion you some amazing armor, even for a sturdy fellow of your size.
I should be fine for armor for now, my boy, but we are looking for something of very fine quality.
He's like, my master does amazing detail, and he reaches back. He's very pitchy, very salesman-y, and he looks over at this huge board on the side, and he shows you many daggers that are lined up, and they're all very fine filigree. Some have chain wrapping and stuff on the pommels, and he's like, and these are just the daggers. He's like, we have some very fine swords in the back if you'd like to see those as well.
About throwing darts.
He's like, we don't have any throwing darts, but my master could fashion you some. If you just give him even a rough description, he's very articulate.
Looking
Yeah.
at a pair of mauls.
He's like, mauls? Of course, we can fashion you some fine Warhammer style. And he's like making the motion. He's like, yeah, absolutely.
Grond, I just found you battle axe models. If you're switching your weapons up again.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? There is a great battle axe I think I can use. So you know what? Yeah, I can look at great battle axes.
Yeah, you can
So
actually.
I will not derail you.
Kite will also just describe just like throwing knives. It's a little bit simpler than daggers, but about that size, maybe smaller.
Yeah, there are definitely some throwing daggers of various types on the wall, as well as some fighting daggers and a couple of parrying daggers.
Just looking for the throwing ones.
Okay. Yeah, he has some there. They're not labeled in price, but you're welcome to bring some down. Do you prefer the smaller pointy style stiletto dagger or something a little broader? Like what kind of throwing dagger? The smaller the better kind of thing?
I'm heading off with Kite for negotiations on price,
Okay.
just in case.
Okay.
Kind of like a ninja kunai
Yep.
kind of thing looks like. Just like a small triangular point.
Sure. Yeah, no, he's got a couple that might suit the purpose there. Actually, a set of 3 with a leather pouch.
All you got is 3?
Yeah, he says, all I have is 3 and a set of leather. But he's like, if you come back tomorrow, I can fashion them overnight. He's like, I'm totally willing to stand up. This is the blacksmith who now is leaning on the side of his forge and has stopped hammering, listening to you talk to the young man by the daggers.
Okay, well, I'm looking for 10, so I can buy these 3 now, and yeah, if you can have 7 more ready for the morning, that'd be great.
He's like, I'll stay up all night crafting just those. He's like, no problem.
But then we also need something else crafted, and that takes priority over these knives. And then she'll motion to Emus with, I imagine he's got the key on.
Raises an eyebrow in interest. And what is that? And you hand him the box?
Yes, I present Kite with the key.
Yeah. He opens the box and he's like, oh, what a gorgeous key. He's like, yes, I can certainly fashion something like this, certainly with this mold.
Thanks. Yeah, if you could fashion that first, and however many knives you can make after that, yeah, we'll compensate you.
Okay, so the 10 knives that you want, he's basically going to be looking for 10 gold pieces, and he's willing to include a scabbard for each one of them. There's a small leather scabbard. You can either have a single scabbard, or he can do a stacked scabbard that will hold 3.
Cool.
She doesn't need scabbards for them. They're
Okay.
just throwing. So
Sure.
she's got pouches. She can fit them in.
Yeah, no problem. So he just says, yeah, no problem, and he takes a deposit. That's what he insists on before he commits to the work.
Kite can pay the 10 gold there.
Okay, well, he's happy to receive the full price of payment. He says, certainly, I'll have these ready as early as I can in the morning.
Thanks. Yeah, the quicker the better, but don't skimp out in the quality.
He's like, now the key, on the other hand, is going to take at least a full day for me to craft. It's very fine, and it's going to require some meticulous work. He's like, it's either the key or the knives the first night. He's like, I'm going to need 2 days to work on these.
Yep, do the key first.
Okay.
Yeah.
No
and
problem.
Then while they're doing that, because Grond normally fights with 2 warhammers or 2 battle axes or a mix of the 2.
Yep.
I'm gonna ask if he'll take my old warhammers, even if it's just a minor trade value.
Yep.
And I would like 2 mauls.
Okay, so you would like him to fashion a couple of mauls?
Oh, you don't have any created already?
No, he does not. He has a large battle axe on the back counter there that is definitely oversized for a human, but would suffice as an axe for you. But he's like, yeah, mauls, I can easily round up the materials and fashion you a maul. It would only take me about a day to craft them, and they would be of the finest quality. But again, with the daggers and the key, it will probably require 3 to 3.5 days to get all of these things together for you.
Sorry,
I have a question about the key mold.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to hand that over to him?
He's like, yes, I'll need the mold, of course, to work on this.
Yeah.
He's
So
like,
I'm
I
gonna
promise to
need-
take care of it. Usually we don't have people, give us the molds for works like this at such a fine detail, but I'm sure I'll keep it in perfect state.
Sounds good. I do trust him, but at the same time, we're gonna, just in case, I'm gonna spend 30 minutes before fabrication to copy and trace and draw as many intricate details into my book as I can.
Interesting. Okay.
Before just in case, if it busts, you roll a 1. Who knows?
Okay.
We can.
And
I think-
Kite's also taken 3 of those darts now because she's
Okay.
bought 3 of those already.
Yeah. So
Grond
they're
is actually going to make a statement right now, real quick.
yeah.
I do not feel that leaving this here, especially if any of the rogues know that we were with the halfling, is a good idea.
That's exactly what I was getting at in my head. I was like, I don't want
Thinking
to.
alike,
I
right?
want to protect this.
He sees you
I'm gonna
guys
look
kind
to
of
him.
battering this back and forth. He's like, you're welcome to stay on hand as long as you don't interfere with my work. You're certainly welcome to stay, but it is a long
Absolutely.
process.
I take out 4 gold pieces
Okay.
and I put them on the counter.
Yeah.
This is just the pain in the ass payment for us being here all day.
He chuckles. No problem. I've had people interested in my work before. I make some fine weapons. I'm sure you'll learn something while you're here.
And I'm a good cook. I'll make us some dinner tonight with some music.
He seems surprised and delighted to have the company hanging around the forge.
Best
Actually-
customers ever.
Yeah, actually,
Calyndra's going to check out the daggers as well.
Okay.
She might pick up a couple daggers.
yeah, there is definitely some
I'm
fine daggers there.
I'm
I gotta
going
ask
to
you-
take notes on the fabrication, just basic notes, nothing too intricate. Just
Okay.
that's what I do is OCD.
No, that's good. I like that you're gathering intel like that and possibly learning new skills.
Always, I write down everything like
Yeah.
a little girl in her diary.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of a crowd starting to gather around. A few people seem very interested in Grond. There's a couple of young children who are just like obviously like peasant children or something. They don't look roguish at all. And a couple of the adults too have just kind of milled about and they're giving cautious looks up and kind of sizing Grond up and kind of checking him out. But it looks like local peasantry. They hesitantly wave. A couple of people just turn away and hurry on. But yeah, a few people seem intimidated or interested in Grond, and you guys have kind of been gathering a crowd with Bops being fairly interesting. There's not many gnomes that make it down this way, so he's particularly interesting as well. And did you say you were playing music, Grond, or Bops, or are you
No, I will after dinner tonight.
after dinner? Okay, so yeah.
If we're just having downtime, can Kite ask Grond for some help with training?
Will do.
Yeah, 100%. So you guys are in a fairly large open.
Could I just
quarter.
also ask this fine gentleman when everything is done with the negotiating for the weapons and the key and everything?
Mhm.
Does he know anybody that perhaps is aware of strange languages and perhaps old like poetry or of a historical nature? And
You mean a historian or one of the scholars? He's like, yes,
yeah.
there is a library of sorts.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're welcome to try there. A great many scholars seem to gather there to peruse over old scrolls and books and such.
All right. Well, thank you for the tip. I'll be back for dinner time. I'm gonna head to the library, my good man. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
He wipes the
He's
sweat
Grond.
off his brow.
Raise an eyebrow, anyways.
Yeah.
Grond, are
there's
you
the-
keeping watch on the key? Sorry. Is
No, that's good.
Grond, you're keeping watch on the key right now?
I am until Kite asks me to do that, and then I'll look at you and I'll just kind of give you the nod.
Yeah, like
Unless you were
Kite
planning on doing
will.
something else.
Because at some point I'd like to join Bops to this library.
Okay.
So if we
Kite
could-
asking Grond to train is basically her way of saying she's doing this in her downtime while she's hanging out with Grond at
Okay.
the blacksmith.
This blacksmith is also opposite the central corridor from the smashed mattock where you guys had previously stayed.
So
if they're
G-Bop-
drawing a crowd, Calyndra's just going to kind of hide back into the shadows.
Yeah, well, the crowd it's a little bit around Grond at times, just because as people
Yeah.
are passing by, they slow down and get a little bit curious. And Gone Bops is drawing a little bit of curiosity from passersby, but they're not lingering too long as to be
But
obvious.
they're drawing attention. They're
Little
drawing
bit.
attention.
Yeah, a
Yeah,
little
so
bit.
she's going to kind of hang back in the shadows, out of sight, kind of
Okay,
thing.
can I get a perception roll from you, please?
Natural 20.
Ooh, nice. You spot one of the young thieves that you, Corbin. You remember him?
One of the young thieves, what?
Yeah, one of the young thieves from the South Market where you entered the city at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, you spot him, and he's just milling about the opposite side of the road from you towards the smashed mattock.
Okay, does he seem to, well, obviously seems to notice us.
Well, with a natural 20, you kind of get the sense that he's kind of scoping out, looking for a mark.
I am going to use message on Grond and just let him know that that kid is over there. Just to make him aware.
Okay. Yeah, he's quite a ways away from where Grond and Gombops and them are. Yeah, and he doesn't even appear to have noticed you. And if he has, he's not paying too much attention to you.
Alright.
Yeah. So some time passes, and you guys are heading. How long are you waiting here? Because it's only about noonish now.
I guess we can wait until Gonbops and Emus come back from the library.
Okay, so Gombops and Emus, you take off down the central corridor, and how are you finding this location? Were you just going on the vague instructions from the blacksmith, or are you asking people?
Yeah, I'd be asking, or I'd be going off the blacksmith's instructions, and then if there's any pigeons or rats in the area, I'd be like asking them as well.
Okay, so yeah, you get subtle impressions and vaguely implied imagery from some of the creatures, and you're not quite sure what you're rolling there. I'm going to get you to roll a nature check for me.
Nice.
And we'll see how accurate those nature's impressions of anything that is book or scholarly, because nature has to try and interpret this too, right?
Hey, Pigeon, have you seen any fancy-looking clothes
Yeah.
you've pooped on lately?
What the? Our clothes, yeah.
I rolled an 8.
Okay, so yeah, you don't get anything. You don't get any impressions other than
You flying rats! Come on, read a book.
You do get a sense of some danger from some rats who are just leaving a sewer grate nearby. Not danger for you, but danger that they feel like they are in danger and they are fleeing from something as they scurry out of the grate.
Huh. I'll take note of that. Is Emus with me?
Yep.
I am definitely with you. Following shortly. I'm just looking at shop signs, book symbol.
Okay, so
Yeah, and And I'm taking note too of like places to get good food and good groceries as well for a great dinner tonight.
Well, there is little market stalls and people selling street meat all over the place. So everything from goat meat skewers barbecued to a
Oh,
variety of vegetables.
vegetarian stew, the
Okay.
healthiest quality for everyone with a little prestidigitation spice in the
Okay.
end.
All right. So yeah, you find a couple of like street vendors that are selling some stew, baked in different or cooked in different small cauldrons over fires. They got nice little beds of coals and stuff sitting out, and they're selling different types of stewed meats and stewed vegetables. So yeah, for just a couple of copper pieces, you're able to fill a mighty huge bowl.
So, well, I get the food for dinner for everybody tonight. So I'm gonna make friends with that cook there for the vegetarian stew and like tell them I'm coming back after the library.
The street
And I
vendor.
asked them, yeah, the street vendor,
Okay.
and I asked the street vendor for library too as well if he could help me with directions.
Okay. And the street vendor does not know where any kind of library is. You get the sense that the street vendor is not, I mean, he's a smart guy, but not a very smart guy. Um, he's actually got a small kid with him sitting down who's cutting up vegetables beside him.
All
But he says, hey, friend, no problem. I'll be here, and the stew only gets better with every minute that passes.
right, I'll see you in a couple hours.
Okay.
Good luck, my friend. And I give him like a sprig of nutmeg, a waft of nutmeg in the kid's face. And
Ooh, nice.
Well, not to
I'm
be
moving along.
creepy, but should we ask the kid if he knows where the library is? Because he's
Might as well, Emus.
yeah. Let's ask the kid if he knows where the library.
The kid does, in fact, know where the library is. The kid says, "Oh, you're looking for the place with all the books and stuff? Yeah, all those scholarly types hang out down by the." And he gives you directions further south and just a little left off the main street through Sember. So you've basically got some directions on how to get exactly where you are, and you can make it there in about a 10-minute walk.
Sounds good.
Smarter than a pigeon.
Yeah. So those two are off wandering towards the library. What are the rest of you doing?
The only thing I need to shop for is some fine sand. That is the only component I'm short of.
So you pass Silistril's thing. Her place is opposite side of the road, but just a bit sooner than the turnoff towards there. So you can stop in there, and she definitely has some of that. And it would be a mere copper piece.
And I would need, while we're in there, I would need a drop of mercury if she would have some.
A drop of mercury. Yeah, she says it's a rare thing indeed, though. It'll be a silver piece for a very small vial.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, yeah, you guys are free to continue on to the library. Was there anything else, Emus?
What was that?
Was there anything else, Emus?
No, that was the only component. I've cast a lot of sleep lately, so I needed some more. Just
Stock up there.
Need
Okay.
some more makeup?
no, actually, the makeup lasts a while, and I bought a whole chunk of it last time, so that's gonna I just scrape a little. That's gonna last me this whole campaign.
Just out of
Chunk of
curiosity.
makeup.
Yeah. How's my sound right now?
Just good.
It's good.
Okay.
Cuts out every once in a while, though, at
Okay.
the end of your sentences.
That's a bummer.
But I've noticed in the stream it doesn't cut out.
Well, that's good.
Really?
Nice.
That's good. Okay, so yeah, moving on. You guys are back at the smithy, and it's like early afternoon. Things are just drawn on. The guys have stepped out, and they've headed towards the library. You guys do find that library. You step in, and you just find yourself in the comfort of being surrounded by books and people who seem more concerned with just reading and staying quiet to themselves than doing anything else in this place. So you guys can settle in and search for some books. In the meantime, back at the forge. The smith has started on this key, and he's working away and doing his smith thing, trying to craft a mold to forge this key out of. And yeah, he's working away. Are you guys doing anything else other than hanging around?
Yeah, Kite would have, once the crowd's dispersed, would have asked Grond to help her with her training. She needs to, or wants to practice being light on her feet, so she wants to practice dodging some of his attack.
Okay. So you guys aren't quite sure how to feel about the guards that are present in this area, but there are a few guards in and around the central corridor. They wander around and patrol. Yeah, there is some space if you guys wanted to do some light sparring, but you're not quite sure how the guards are going to feel about that.
I'll probably wait until they pass in their patrol.
Okay.
Just wait. Let's get the guards in on this.
Ooh.
Guard.
Okay, well, one of the guards picks up. The other two are a little bit distant. One of them notices that you call the other guard. The one guard comes over to you. He's like, "How can I help you, citizen?"
Grond picks up a couple of silver. He says, "I need you to act as a mediator between us to see who is more skilled. We are going to do some sparring. This young human thinks that she has the capability of besting me.
Oh.
I wish you to act as a neutral referee."
He looks around and he takes the money from him. He's like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, okay, just give me a second." And he runs across the corridor, not a short distance away. And then he gets his other two guard buddies over, and they're all like making some bets, you can see, as they're heading back in your direction. And they're standing around.
Kite totally wasn't listening to what he said, by the way, so she's just assuming, like, oh, cool, he's getting rid of the guards. Great.
Yeah, so the guards have actually come to stand around you, and there's another couple of citizens that were over by the smashed mattock that have also kind of heard, overshot, and now gathered. So there's a little bit of a crowd gathering around you two, but they're giving you some space, so you have some room to move.
Her face is now red.
I asked if they could make sure that no one wanders in.
Yeah. They say, "Well, yeah, we'll do our best, but like, keep it light. We don't need any bloodshed here."
Oh, I do not intend to kill the young lady.
Okay, well, they appear to be more concerned with their bets than the safety of the young lady. Yeah, and you see a couple of other people start discussions amongst themselves, and you hear, the word ogre and the word, you just hear a couple of words in there that are definitely tuned in towards you guys. So to do this training, I think what we'll do is just have a friendly round of combat to determine the overall result. So
Sounds
it's
good.
Kite versus Grond.
When the crowd goes over there, she's like, it's kind of the opposite of getting rid of the guards, but okay, I guess let's do this. Thanks for helping me.
The young apprentice of the blacksmith seems very elated at the fact that you guys are gathering a crowd right around this blacksmith's place, and you see the bummed out look on the face of the other blacksmith just to the south of here as he's hammering away on some horseshoes. He's just like, shaking his head. So yeah, I guess it's initiative between the both of you.
21.
Doing it again.
Oh, okay, so we got a 21 from Kite. And what did Grond get?
That looks like a new dice, too, though.
It's 4. No, it's the same friggin' one that screwed me at the waterfall.
So why are you still using it?
Yeah, you mean you didn't microwave that one?
It's so beautiful, though.
I might
So
have to
blue.
use this one, the heavy hitter. My steel dice.
All right.
After the swan dive, I would have melted that.
Kite, you can make your first move.
All right, she is going to take the defense action because she still thinks she's just helping.
Yeah, we're gonna consider all attacks here, regardless of whether they do damage. Like, we're gonna count the damage as an ammo, but we're gonna count it all as non-lethal attacks.
She's just using her fists anyway. She's not using her sword.
Yep.
But yeah, she's taking the dodge action because she wants to practice dodging this guy anyway.
Okay. Little dodgy Dodgerson.
Does a little Bruce Lee.
Be like water.
Yeah. And then Grond's got to respond.
It how do you put it? It evades, but it also smashes.
Right.
Ooh.
That's disadvantage on that, by the way.
I have disadvantage. That's a very good thing.
Because you rolled the net.
Oh, it's a choice between a 23 to hit or a 25 to hit.
Kaboom.
Well, it'd be the 23, I guess, but yeah, that hits.
Yeah, that's a
Ouch.
solid whump. And let's just roll for damage. We're going to see, because Kite may not be able to take too much punishment here.
In non-lethal combat, it
Yep.
is only your strength bonus damage, and that is it.
Yeah, so
Plus
barbarians
one.
get 1
plus
strength.
1. Yeah. So
So it just
Except for
it's
Kite,
3
because
points.
she's...
Just
Yeah.
3 points.
okay, so yeah, just track your damage accordingly. And it is Kite's turn now? Or are you guys going to re-roll for each initiative? Or are we just going from top of order? It's up to you, gentlemen.
I'll let you continue taking the initiative. That's fine by me.
Okay,
Yeah.
back to Kite.
Yeah, she takes the punch to the gut. Just like, oh, that was a little harder than she thought. All right, let's see. See how you like this. And she's gonna jump up and go flying kick to his face. But totally miss with 7 to.
The feet just like...
But she's gonna use her martial arts to
burn
get
some cheat
another
points.
quick. No, that's just her regular martial arts.
Okay.
Not flurry of
I
blows.
should've
Just
used two attacks last turn. I've got double fight. All good.
Dodging.
Yeah, you took it easy the
Yeah.
first round.
and she's got 20 to hit.
Perfect.
And that's 5 damage. So yeah, when she misses with her kick, she just turns around and shoots an elbow right into his rib cage.
Ooh. Ooh. Rolling,
So-
rolling.
My first counter attack is a quick left jab.
Okay,
Attack roll 21.
that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
And this
Okay,
is
here's-
disadvantage, is it?
But
No, not this one, but I got a question here.
Yep.
How are you hitting me twice with unarmed when that's like the one thing monks can?
Oh,
I've
it's
got
new
two
initiative.
weapon fighting or like paired fighting kind of thing.
Oh, that doesn't
Not with
apply to
unarmed.
that.
Oh, that won't. So then it'll just be one attack. So
Yeah.
bang, another quick right for
Okay.
left for 3 points.
Okay, perfect. Kite, he just give you a walloping.
Oh, sorry, let me just.
Rolling,
Cancel
rolling,
that.
rolling. What?
All right, yeah, and she's gonna be like, kind of wipe the blood off her chin there and smirk.
Oh, boom, boom,
Crit?
boom.
Did we crit?
Burr. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
Large and in charge 20.
She's gonna do down quarter circle forward punch, and Shoryuken right up to the chin.
Nice.
Hadouken.
Haryugen. And?
So that's 10 damage.
Oh,
Nice.
And then, yeah, with her other martial art there, she's going to punch him right in the solar plexus. Now that his chin's
Crunch.
19 to hit.
Very
That's a
nice.
hit, yep. Kaboom.
And 4 damage there.
I mean, the speed and ferocity of these blows is actually catching you a bit off guard, Grond. Didn't expect that monk to move that quick.
No, that was quite a good strike.
Chat,
Let us see if we can continue pushing this sparring.
chat says smoke him in the head.
18, so dirty 24.
Yep.
And another 3, just a overhand cross.
Okay, by now the crowd around you has gathered quite substantially. You guys haven't noticed up until now, but the rest of you, Bops, you're at the forge. Wait, Calyndra, you're also at the forge, correct?
No, we're at the
Gone
library.
Bops is at the library.
Emus that are at
Or
the
not?
library.
Sorry, Bops and Emus at their library, and Calyndra, you're just in the shadows off
Calyndra's
to the side, right?
watching the forge. She's
Well, I'm-
watching the key.
Yeah, I'm back
Okay.
in the
Okay.
forge and hidden
Yeah,
in the
and you're
shadows.
just marveling at the things that this the smith is doing to try and craft this key. But you notice that there's like a substantial crowd gathered around in the central corridor now, watching this fight take place between the monk and the half-ogre. You guys can continue.
All right, yeah, Kite's right into the fight here. She's like, "All right, let's see how you do against this." And now she's gonna, if she hits with this one, she's gonna blast off flurry of blows.
Hadouken!
Well, that is a 13 to hit.
Boom, 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 boom. Burn.
Well, then she's just gonna not do her flurry of blows, but just do that second punch. She just punches right into a block, and then try and pull it down and throw a second.
There we go.
And this one's going to be a rolled 16 plus 5, 21.
Ooh, there you go. Kaboom.
She does a sweet lopta, and boo, does 6 points damage, sock to the buff.
Nice. Crack.
You're done.
So
Chip to 2.
Yeah, this is all taking place. You hear coinage taking place and lots of shouts and crowds starting to rally around you.
Kite's gonna just kind of look to the side and be like, there's a lot more people here than she thought.
The crowd is actually pushing into a degree where the area of where you had those 3 guards are being a bit overwhelmed by the crowd pushing in. So the area you're fighting in is tightened up a little bit. Ooh.
Grond feels bad.
Yeah, Grond just
not bad enough though.
Yeah. So how much damage is that?
It'll be just strength only, so strength only doubled, so 6.
Right. 6 points of damage.
Boom.
Crack. Where does that put you?
2 HP left.
2 HP left. That would have rocked you back pretty good.
Ooh. So yeah, she's
Grond's like,
breathing.
stop now. We stop.
Okay.
Cooler heads.
I got I still got one more.
You hear some
one more
cheers
round
from
in
the
me if
crowd.
you're gay.
Fair enough. Let us continue this round.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you hear the crowd just cheer you on, like, yeah, get him, get her, blah, blah, blah.
Is she takes a breath.
Okay.
She responds to your 20.
No way!
Yes.
Sweet. That's awesome.
Good fight. Good
And
fight.
there's some DBZ aura coming up, and she just unleashes a flurry of blows on.
Oh, boom, 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 boom. Like an Ip Man style ringing of the noggin. Ticka, 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 ticka.
Okay, so there's 7. 17 plus 5 is 22 to hit. Imagine that one's gonna hit. And I feel like I'm cheating here. So there's two crits in that
Oh, nice.
string of 3 hits.
Nice. The Grond just takes it. Mad. Unbelievable.
Okay, but that's a pretty weak crit. So
That's still going to leave a mark.
So, yeah.
So 4, 8, and then or sorry, so 7. What's 15 plus 8?
23.
23. Yeah, 23 damage with 3 quick. Punches him to the side, kicks his knee out, and then one more punch to right to the solar plexus.
Okay, that last one there, where does that put you at, Grond?
That actually puts me at... -1.
-1. Can I get you to roll a Constitution check on that last hit, please?
19 plus...
Okay, you felt your stomach come up, but you withhold from puking on that last shot, and you guys kind of stabilize and take a deep breath, and the crowd's like, oh, you hear some disappointment, you hear some cheering from a few people and stuff like that. And,
KO.
Yeah, no, a couple of coins pop up from Grond. Ting, ting, ting.
Kite, after her sweet punch there, she's like, and tries to catch him before falling over.
So you guys can now take a short break. The crowd is kind of dispersing as soon as you stop doing your thing, and they see nothing further is really happening. And the guards exchange some money, and they don't even pay you any attention. They just turn around and go about their business, circling the central quarter. So you guys can spend a short rest healing any damage that was done. It's temporary damage. You can spend a short rest, and Emus and Bops, you're in a library absorbing a wealth of information in some regard.
And yeah, Kite will have thanked Grond profusely, but also be like, man, weird crowd there. Wonder what they were all that commotion.
That was a good combat. I perhaps should learn some of your maneuvers.
I thought we were just training, but yeah, it was
Oh,
that was a
man.
good spar.
Is that what you guys are doing? Are you teaching an Ogrelon martial combat, like martial monk combat?
Oh no, you cut out again.
I said, are you teaching an Ogrelon martial arts combat? Like, is that what's going on here? Like, are you guys sideline
Kung
doing?
Fu ogre.
Yeah, I'm like, holy crap, that is going to be a ridiculous fighter. He's just like,
I mean, yeah, if he wants to, she was more trying to learn from him, or trying to test her moves there. But yeah,
like Grond's a
Could you
powerhouse
imagine
as it
being
is.
flurry of blows
Yeah, that's what I
and-
was thinking. I was like,
And the ability to roll damage on a natural. Oh yeah.
Tom, 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 tom. Yeah, you'd be a lethal attacker for sure. So, yeah, you guys are.
Library.
Yep, library.
I would. Okay, so is this library all ragged books, old, new issues, first editions?
This is a mix of everything. There are stacks of shelves with everything from scrolls and scroll tubes and stuff. Some of them are labeled, some of them are not labeled. A tiny shriveled librarian greets you as soon as you walk in the front doors, and she says, "Is there anything I can help you find?"
Yes, my madame. Thank you very much for your help. I'm looking for some possible translation
Detect magic.
of this writing here, and I present the scroll with the druidic language, or it was like a sonnet or something on there.
Ah, yes, indeed. Yeah, she's like, foreign languages, of course, and then she kind of gestures for you to follow her, and she leads you up a flight of stairs to a large bookshelf where she starts rummaging through a bunch of scrolls. Was there anything Emus was looking for in particular? Or
I'm gonna let the gnome partake in his endeavor.
Okay.
And I'm just going to sit back like a first person character, and I'm actually going to use a spell slot, not do this on ritual, so I can do this within quick time, not 10 minutes.
Okay.
And cast detect magic.
Okay.
And kind of look to see if that glow happens in the room where I could find a book on a bookshelf. It just happens to teach me some things.
Good idea.
Okay. So the librarian is able to find a series of scrolls that teaches some rudimentary form of the language described on the scroll. And what you're able to gather is going to be determined by your intelligence. So we're going to get you to roll an intelligence check for you, just straight up intelligence.
Okay.
That's for Gone Bops, right?
Yeah, for Bops.
Yeah.
9.
A 9? What's your intelligence rating?
16.
Okay, so you aren't able to decipher anything from the first scroll. You still have a couple of scrolls to work through to see if you're able to interpret anything from the language. We're going to leave you to that. Emus, what were you looking for?
So I detected magic. So I'm looking for any magical books.
Yep.
Or spell books that I can learn from to progress my, let's say, dance into necromancy.
So the librarian, even from her post-op, she's got a watchful, side eye, and she catches you gesturing around, and she's like, "There are no books of that nature in here, sir. No need for your." When she starts waving around like she's a wizard, and she appears quite frustrated with the fact that you were even trying to cast anything in here. She's like, "And shh."
Acceptable. But then I ask her, okay, well then I'm looking for books on either I like dissecting, I like dead bodies, I like makeup.
Anatomy.
Did you just say you like
like-
dead bodies?
Well, yeah, anatomy, but I do like to fiddle with the dead.
So she seems to waver a bit on whether she's really creeped
Not in
out by
the
you
yak, right?
or really
Not a
fascinated.
sexual
Yeah.
thing.
So
No,
And I just go to librarian. Be easy on my friend. He's come from a long ways away. He's very tired and he knows not what he says right now. And I give her a whiff of vanilla in the air. I'm like, he's just looking for books
I'm
to
very
understand
peculiar.
biology more.
can I
That
get you
type
to
of
roll?
thing.
Can I get you to roll persuasion for me, please?
That's G-Bops, right? I'm really bad with people.
Yeah, no, that's G-Bobs. And
My
right now,
social
right now,
anxiety
you're
sets
down
in.
in the main floor, and he's like talking to you down from a railing above.
Yeah, 23.
Okay, so yeah, you're able to, you're able to kind of put a little bit of your Gombob's charm on the librarian, and she hastens down to help Emus find some books, which she does. She helps you find a treatise, a bit of an encyclopedia of monster anatomy.
And I yell down to Emus. I'm like, hey, maybe when you're finished me with this tricky language I can't understand.
Okay, so
I'll be right there.
okay, so you're on scroll number 2
You're in
of
a
trying to
library.
understand that. Gonbops, if I can get another roll from you, please. Intelligence.
Can I help him with this at all? Because I do have a history.
If you're going to stop what you're doing and go help him do that.
No. I like to learn dead bodies.
Okay.
11.
Okay, so yeah, and you said what was your intelligence?
16.
Okay. So yeah, you read over the second scroll and you feel like you're starting to get a little bit of a sense of it, but you're not there yet. You figure maybe moving on to this third scroll will help. I'll get you to roll one more time while Emus continues to study his works.
Do I have to roll anything?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
14.
14. Okay, so on the third scroll, you start to be able to piece together enough similarities between the three scrolls to build a little bit of an understanding of the language. And you decipher the scroll that you have as Iloria's Rapture. It is a song of sorts. It is going to take you time to learn the song, but you have deciphered enough to pick it up. So when you go up to your next level, we'll say that you are studying that song between now and then. And then by next level you'll have an additional spell that'll let you add, or additional song with abilities that'll let you add to your repertoire of hot tracks by Gonbops. So yeah, you're doing that.
My last request for the librarian is anything on famous liches of the area.
Famous liches. She's like, well, there's a large volume on Amangul.
Oh, I so missed that. What was
Yeah,
that?
there's a large book on Amangul, who is a war priest that fell to the armies of Calyndra thousands of years ago, and he was rumored to have been transformed into a lich. There's stories of that, but other than that, there's no general book on famous liches.
Is that for purchase?
She's like, no, none of the books are for purchase. You can read them here. We're open, and she starts, carrying on about the hours of the day that they're open and stuff. He's like, you're welcome to read and learn here, but these books cannot go anywhere. Far too valuable.
All right, so just a question for my DM here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the size of the book and the size of the font and the whatever, how long do you think this would take me to read?
It would take you about, well, you're a scholarly type. Yeah, you're a scholarly type, but about 2 weeks.
Oh, crap. I am scholarly, I am OC, but 2 weeks is a little too long.
Yeah.
This
It's
might
larger
be
print, but it's a thick book.
Okay, I really like this book. I'm going to think about it and talk to Calyndra about a mission to get this book.
Okay, no problem. So you guys are continuing to study in the library. Emus, you look over this book of monster anatomy, and you do find a few really good points about wyverns and some of the at least illustrated suggested anatomy of what a wyvern is. There's also some dragon anatomy in there, and most of it looks like, it looks accurate from the details in the drawings and the descriptions, but you're not certain as to whether or not these are legitimate, surgical explanations or whether anybody did any factual research on this. But you do find it interesting. So I'm going to leave you guys to gather up those books. About 4 hours passes for all of you. And you've all kind of like now it's getting in towards dinner time. The sun's getting low in the sky, and generally the crowds are kind of heading indoors to have some drinks and eat some food. The smith continues to work. He knows he has a lot of work ahead, and he's just pounding away at the metal and working his craft. And you guys are free to group back up if you like.
All right, Emus, I'm going to go grab that stew, and I'm going to start on dinner. Are you going to join me, or I'll see you later?
No, I will definitely come back with you guys. I will thank the librarian and tell her I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, she says no problem, and she says I'll hold this book for you, so nobody else takes it, and it'll be here for you tomorrow.
All right, yeah, and if you ever want to sell it, I will pay pretty coin.
You know what? I'm going to say, it's Sember, and sometimes people in Sember are a little bit on the take and a little bit shifty. I'm going to get you to roll persuasion.
17. Plus persuasion. 2, so 19.
Okay, you look. She looks as if she might have been thinking about it for a second, but she says nothing further. So you don't know whether or not that was a good thing or a bad thing, but she paused for a while.
I pull out my coin purse and just give it a little jingle.
She looks around. She's like, put it away. She's like, like I said, sir, I'll hold this book here for you until tomorrow. And her eyes kind of widen a bit, and then she shuffles off away from you in a bit of a hurry.
All right, she's gonna sell it to me under the table there. I get it.
And I
Calyndra?
give her a little whiff of lavender just for fun. Okay, thank you very much for your help, for a little extra benefit.
Okay, as she's walking away, she kind of and then she sneezes quite violently a few times. She's like, who in here is wearing lavender? I'm deadly allergic. And then she starts...
This is a scent-free library.
Yeah.
No, let's go.
Did you not read the sign?
Yeah, no lavender. So you guys head back out and head up the road towards your party. You guys kind of group together again outside of the forge.
And we bring the food.
And
how far?
Yeah.
How far are they into making the key?
That key is going to take him until the morning. It's a bit of it's an intricate piece of work, so it takes a little bit longer time.
All right, so I'm going to head off to Calyndra.
I was wanting to purchase some daggers earlier, actually.
Yep, so those are a gold piece each.
Okay.
Yeah, and those are just for like a stiletto style dagger, simple, hand dagger. Can be used for throwing. If you want a larger fighting dagger, like smaller than a short sword, but a fighting dagger, they can be up to 4 gold pieces, so between 1 and 4 gold pieces depending on the quality.
You know what, I'll get the fighting dagger.
Okay,
a couple fighting daggers.
So those are 4 gold pieces.
Okay.
Does he have any fine studded leather for a gnome?
Yep, he does have studded leather, but nothing gnome-sized. Your race doesn't make too many trips over to here, so but he can certainly craft you some. But again, he would need at least half a day to craft something of that nature.
There was other blacksmiths in the area.
There was other
maybe
blacksmiths. Yep.
I'll go check with the other blacksmith.
Okay, the other blacksmith you actually find has quite a few leather suits of armor hanging up. He doesn't have anything gnome-sized, but it appears that this armor tends to. He's also a limner, leather worker. He does quite a bit of that here. So you're probably you get the sense that this might be a better chance here. So talking with that smith, he tells you that he can in fact make a fine gnomish-sized suit of leather armor for you.
Yes, how much would it cost, fine sir? And please make it extra durable because, well, you see, I seem to be a magnet for danger, my good friend.
Yeah, well, he says...
like skin a cat.
He says leather, padded, or studded leather.
I'd like some studded leather, my friend.
He's like, well, I can make you a fine suit. Someone of your size, 20 gold pieces. 20 gold pieces.
20 gold pieces? What do you think I could get for 25?
I would make the finest suit, of course. Certainly something you can brag about, I assure you.
All right, thank you very much. It is very important I get a fine suit of armor to keep myself safe for my mission at hand. And please, my friend, I know that you are a great armor smith.
Okay.
And I just pump him up and give him like a bardic inspiration to help with his
okay.
smithery.
Well, he feels elated, and are you paying him money up front, or are you paying him half?
I'll pay him half right now. I'm like,
Okay.
and when I pick it up, the other half for you, my fine fellow.
Okay. Yeah, so he takes your 10 gold pieces, and he says, I'll set to work immediately. I should have it ready for you by tomorrow, say around noonish. And he says, I'll work through the night. I'll show that blacksmith, and he points over there. I'll make you the finest suit ever, my young sir.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, he waves you off and proceeds to set to work on pulling down some leather from a shelf on top, and you head back to your friends. Okay, so what's everybody doing?
I was heading back to Calyndra, and I have a short discussion with her.
Okay.
So, Calyndra, is there anything you needed to do in the city before we rest for the night?
I don't think so.
There's nothing. I want to thank you for looking after the key in the meantime. But if there's nothing else you need to do for the night, I can take watch of the key and make sure it's crafted.
Okay, and you notice the smith stays like open. It's open faced. He's not shut in. There's a forge burning away and stuff. So it's very open to the street. You get a clear view inside the forge of what he's doing. So anybody can kind of see what he's working at from outside the shop. Not exactly the key.
Here.
Yeah.
I can stay here with him. I mean,
okay.
I think we all are, aren't we?
You are all going to stay gathered at this smithy?
Yeah, like we paid him the fuck off money to not ask questions about it.
And we had a great meal with him.
Right.
Which, if we were to replay that event, I was going to cast prestidigitation on my great aunt's stew vegan recipe that tastes the best and won a bunch of Gnomish awards.
Oh, okay. Well, fantastic. Well, the guy serving you the soup. The guy serving the soup says, yeah, here you go, and then you kind of cast something on it to make it taste completely different than that guy did.
Nothing tastes better than a gnome cooked meal.
A gnome cooked meal.
Oh, that one's
no place
awesome.
like gnome.
9 out of 10 for that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
Nobody knows.
Hey, Emus, I think, should we think about casting your alarm spell over this smithery for the evening?
I'm already on, that was I have the alarm right in front of me. So this was as we were sitting down.
Yeah.
I'm going to definitely have the alarm set. I still have lots of silver wire.
Okay.
So it's actually not consumed, so I could keep that same silver wire with the trinket bell.
Okay.
And we're going to set up a 20 cubic feet around the working. We've paid this guy. He seems like he's going to work overnight, but I'd like to be there with him and cast alarm.
Okay. Well, you can be there and cast alarm. So who all is awake? We'll say that it's just after dinner. You guys all staying awake and till late?
I'm going to have a sleep myself.
Okay.
I'm going to write some music, some poetry, put myself to bed.
Well, fortunately for you, Mr. Gnome, you can fit in so many places in this little area that you're easily, sequestered away and doing your thing. Kite?
Yeah, Kite will fall asleep first. She's more of a early riser.
Okay. So
does the blacksmith have an area for us to fall asleep safely?
So he has his own quarters and the kid's quarters, but the kid is kind of staying up and helping his dad do stuff around the forge, getting all this stuff ready. So he offers you his bunk to rest on. He just insists that the Half-Ogre find a place on the floor, as his bed's not built to sustain that weight. So you guys do have a place where you can rest there.
Grond's had 2 solid days of rest and relaxation for the most part.
Okay.
You're getting lazy.
Okay.
He had a good workout today.
Yeah, I think you got punched in the face a couple of times there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you know what? I might have to return that favor next time.
Okay.
Kite takes that as, oh, he wants to train more. Well, how lucky am I?
Yeah.
Does not get the intonation there.
Yeah. So
She'll look like a Picasso.
So the first part of the evening passes by fairly uneventful, and it's just constantly the tang, 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 and banging around of the smith around the forge, and a few people pass by. You know, it's a central corridor, so it's fairly busy until the later hours of the evening. About 8 or 9 o'clock are the equivalent at night. You do notice that one of those thief kids, the young girl, I can't remember her name. Anyway, she appears just over towards the Smashmatic, and she appears to be kind of loitering around the area.
Thief kid.
Keeping an eye on her.
Okay, she actually locks eyes with you, and she's motioning over.
So Calyndra, there is for thief kids. There's Torv, Randa, and
Randa,
Bryn.
thank you.
Yeah. Randa, there you go. That's Calyndra. She's watching them.
Yep, yeah, and she locks eyes with
Who
Calyndra.
else is up? Who else is up?
I was up. I was
Grond
taking first watch with Key.
I think I was
Grond
going
is
to
too.
Emus.
One of you keep in view of me in case
I also,
to get your.
had one question. With the tang of the metal, is it very hard for them to sleep within the quarters?
Well, you see, it's been a long day and a long night as it is, like back and forth between all that. So, I mean, it's kind of white noise, and you guys are used to sleeping in the night where there's tons of insects and everything else either. So it's not.
So you guys don't need any sleep aids or anything.
No, it's not impossible for you to sleep.
All right. Okay. No ambient spells or anything.
No, there's definitely some forge ambience going on between the roar of the forge and the tang, 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 tang. But he's making a key right now, so it's very small, tang, tang, tang. Tomorrow when he's crafting daggers and stuff like that, I'm sure it'll be ringing a lot louder.
Okay, good idea. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Calyndra,
Okay.
you're watching the kids.
Yeah, and the central corridor here where you are is kind of thinned out. There's only maybe a half dozen to 10 people spread out across the corridor, wandering in or out of a tavern or other building in the area.
Is Emus awake right now?
He
Yeah.
said he was.
Okay.
First watch, yeah.
All right. So you know what, Emus?
Yeah.
I'm gonna motion to you. I'm gonna watch Calyndra. You watch the key. And
On it.
Okay, I'll go over to her, but I'm keeping Grond in sight.
Okay. Yeah, you can't miss Grond.
Yeah, I know.
And you wander over easy enough. She kind of just motions for you to kind of duck behind the corner of the Smashmatic, just slightly into an alley. You're still visible to Grond, but you're just not openly visible to everybody on the street. So she just kind of pulls you aside and uses Thieves' Cant to greet you. She says, Ildrick would like to speak with you.
About what?
She's like, something's gone wrong, and he needs you to track down somebody. He had previously sent other people to find them, and something's gone wrong. He would like to hire you and your, she points over at Grond, big friend there, to try and track someone down.
He comes with me then. We've already been set up, and I don't.
She's like, yeah, he's like, that's fine. You can bring your people with, but
Okay.
we won't be able to go there until tomorrow during the day, simply because it's too hard to move so many of your people through where we need to go to have this meeting.
Fair
That's
enough.
progress.
Yeah. So
you'll find me then, or?
she's like, yeah. She's like, just look for me.
Okay.
She's like, I'll find you in the morning, and then she ducks off behind an alley. And
Do any of us see that?
anybody who was looking out at that time from the forge could have seen it if they were focused on where Calyndra went. You kind of would have seen that little interaction.
When Grond told me to look at the key, it's like I didn't even take my eyes off it. So
Yeah. So yeah, and the smith, by morning time, actually a little bit before morning. So who's on second watch? Who's on second watch? Did I lose audio?
No, you're still.
I hear you. I'm just thinking.
I will go back. So when I go back, I will let the two guys know
Okay.
that we're going to be go to the Thieves Guild in the morning.
Okay.
Okay, with that,
They
as
have
soon
some-
as if we're going to the Thieves Guild in the morning, everyone gets an apportionment of rest.
Yeah. Good plan.
So
I'll
Grond is
sleep
gonna
in the
take
middle
a
of the
nap
night
now.
then.
Okay.
Because I only need
Someone's
4
got to watch
hours.
that
So.
key.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay,
watch
with
it.
a
Oh,
with alarm. Sorry, only our party and the kid and his wife, if he's got a wife with the blacksmith.
No, he doesn't.
Or-
It's just the kid and the smith.
Okay, just those two, and then us. Other than that, alarms in my head like. So
Yeah, you guys actually go through the whole night, and the smith actually gives you a shove about 7 o'clock in the morning. He gives Grond a bit of a poke, and he says, "Your key, sir. It's ready."
Thank you. And I hand him. I actually hand him 5 more silver for prompt.
Oh, he's
For
like,
prompt
"Thank you
delivery."
so much. This is excellent." He's like, "I will start on those daggers for you immediately." And he looks over at Calyndra.
But,
Grond,
for
did you want to give me
I
that
was-
sword and we'll just put the key in that sword?
yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And my mauls, you'll have those.
So
My
the
great mauls and great axes.
yeah, he's like, "I can work on those first if you like. It's really up to you." And he kind of gestures, looking between you and Calyndra. Daggers or maul?
Well, what is it? Kite was getting something, wasn't?
Or yeah, sorry. it was-
She bought the daggers there.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I thought it was Calyndra. Yeah, Kite.
both.
Okay,
So how fast would he be able to get my great axes and mauls done?
by tomorrow morning. Yeah, he's
And-
like the
and that's
axes.
including his weapons.
Yeah, no, the mauls he can have ready by tomorrow morning. The axes would take 2 days.
Check
Was
the other
Calyndra-
smith.
Was Calyndra's daggers being made or were they already done?
No, those ones were already done.
Okay.
Yeah,
So she
the other
has them.
smith's not a bad idea.
Possibly, but I think this one here is better for weapons. He is more not
The-
renowned.
Yeah,
but
there's
more
definitely more
apt.
weapons here than the other place. There is some swords and stuff on the wall at the other blacksmith's place. You can see them from the open side of his building there. But yeah, I mean, it just
So-
seems like a lot more weapons in this guy's shop.
Anybody that's worked in retail knows that if you have a lot of things on the shelf, doesn't mean you're necessarily the best seller or the most renowned. Usually, the guy that doesn't have things on the shelf but has space for things on the shelf is the best and the most renowned seller.
There
So
you
if
go.
the other place has empty racks of weapons, it seems like he's got the reputation and can't produce faster than supply and demand. Those
Could I take a
economics.
look at the quality on this guy's walls?
Yeah, you can
Thank
actually.
you for pointing that out, Emus.
Yeah, you can actually browse around, and I'm just gonna get
That's
you.
what wizards do.
Yeah, let's see how we can
That's
do
going
this.
to be like what, investigation or something?
Yeah, I was gonna do investigation, so let's roll with that.
I've got no bonuses to it, but a clean 17.
Okay, and I'm gonna say that's enough for you to deduce, having quite a bit of knowledge about weapons and use of weapons at the very least yourself. You're able to gauge that the quality between the two blacksmiths is fairly equivalent.
You know what? You're getting daggers made here, and it's going to take a day. I'll get my mauls made here,
Okay.
and then I'm going to go across the street and ask how long to make the to make 2 great axes.
He says, "Oh well, your friend was here asking about leather armor earlier, so I'm crafting that. But I'll be free tomorrow morning and can certainly spend the entire day and evening working on those for you. I can have them ready by the following day. So it would be
Perfect.
a total
I
of
can
yeah
pick
done
everything
in
up.
yeah. So in 2 days' time, you guys would be able to gather up everything here.
Fair enough. I shall pay you for them now.
Oh, okay.
Or is half payment okay?
Half payment's fine. So for your size, they're going to be a little bit more expensive. You'd be looking normally like 10 gold pieces for a normal battle axe, or a maul probably 8. So for
I'll drop 20 gold.
yeah, so for your size that makes sense. Yeah, 20 gold, and he's willing to craft you some fine. So you're going to get 2 mauls and 2 battle axes done.
2 mauls and 2 great axes.
And 2 great axes. So yeah, with the great axes, yeah, about the same. So you're gonna need like kind of 20 and 20 on either one of those.
Yep.
To be able to,
Um,
yeah. Okay.
Before we go on to the, may I talk to some of the party for a second?
Of course, yeah.
it seems like we are going to be around these fabrications for a couple days. I feel like you guys got the handle on this. The key's made. That was our major thing. I would like to go indulge my nerdiness and go study. So if you guys are okay with watching this, I would spend the next 48 hours or however long the fabrications take to go nerd it up in the library.
We also
meet
got those
Ildrak
thieves.
first.
Yeah, those thieves are coming to get us to go.
Yeah,
Or do you not want
it's
to
only
go?
about 7 in the morning right now.
Well, she just said the morning.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so
While
that would
we
be
are
my
waiting
plan
for-
after the meeting then. If everything goes well and we're still alive,
Okay.
would we go
That's
nerd it
fine.
up in the library?
We're still alive.
Yeah. So
Yeah, if who knows? But for that also, there's a little bit of trickery on that. If we return back to the shop, I don't want to just travel out alone by myself with someone following me, one of those kids scouts spotting me. So later on, I have a plan for that, but we'll deal with that when the meeting comes.
okay. So yeah, about half an hour passes, and lots of people coming out of their shops and just kicking the dust out of stuff, and opening things up. People getting busy in the morning, and the smith is continuing to work away. You can hear both smithies just going at it, and you do notice about 45 minutes later, you see Randa appear on the opposite side of the street, same place as she was before, near the smashed Matic Inn and Tavern. She's kind of looking over in your direction, Calyndra, and she's motioning for, and she's like holds up like 5 and then motions over. So she's like kind of gesturing for everybody to come.
Yeah. Guys, she's here. Let's.
Okay, and she, as soon as you start walking towards her, she ducks down the alley.
Okay.
So you guys are all cruising over there?
It's gonna kind of focus on looking behind us and just like keeping a watch out to see if we're being followed.
Okay.
Oh, this.
Okay.
Feels dirty.
I'm going to state this as a Star Wars fan. I got a bad feeling about this.
Okay, so you actually get led to it's a pretty large sewer entrance right behind the Smashmatic. There's a big, huge round culvert. I'm just actually going to show you guys in channel here. I'm going to minimize this, and we're going to go over to, where are we? Here we go. I'm going to kind of give you guys an overview of what the place is down here. So this is a good comparison. The Boston main drainage, main sewer. This is the type of sewer stuff that you're in. This is kind of how the sewers are formed. They're round, old cobblestone, brick. Some of these sewer components are very ancient. They've been here for hundreds of years. So you're going to find that down here there's some places falling apart. But this is just, I wanted to give you a general sense of what you're walking into.
Very Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Very Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now, the only thing is Grond is going to find it uncomfortably tight in a number of these areas.
We missed.
Yeah, Grond, I don't know what's with this mic tonight. Grond is going to find himself a little bit tight in a few spaces. It's not really built for him, but the thief that is... but Randa feels confident that she can bring you down through this area. You guys have to enter in through a larger area. So when you get in there, you see that there's 2 other thieves that are waiting at the bottom, and they are holding large burlap sacks draped over their arm. And they say that it's got to be done. It's like, we can't lead you in the direction. We don't mind pulling them off, but we have to lose you in here a little bit. We can't just reveal the location.
Shoot, we should have done this a little bit better. Damn it. I don't like blindfolding. I get claustrophobic.
Yeah.
I'm on the spectrum of OCD,
So
just
I will say one thing, is that these 3 thieves, it's Randa and 2 teenage kids. So the intimidation is not like Grond would smash one of these kids, but they're all fairly young.
Well, I'll go
I'm
with
going
you,
to throw an
Calyndra.
insight and see if I feel as if They are
Shifty as shit.
if they're shifty and if they're trying to lead us into a trap.
Okay,
And
so
I'll just look at them. Is this
Nerves. How nervous they are if they're young. Yeah.
okay, roll.
14 plus 2, 16.
16. Yeah, you get no sense of any kind of untruth. You just get a sense
Well,
of, yeah. The one
whether or
kid
not
kind
it's
of
true
looks
or
a
not.
little nervous because he's the one standing close to you.
I mean, like, is this really necessary? I've already been led twice. I think I really know how
They're
to
like,
get there
it's up.
already.
That's like, it's up to you. Yeah, you've been led twice. It's up to you. We can either take you or we blindfold them. They're not what you are.
How close am I to Kite?
You guys are all kind of close. You're packed into this sewer area, just the entrance of it.
I'm looking for Kite's earshot, like for a low whisper.
Yeah, you could kind of move to the back of the party where they are and whisper something to Kite.
All right, in proper whatever Kite would understand, like more of the I don't trust these motherfuckers. Remember when you said this the first time I ever met you and we encountered these thieves? You're like, I don't trust these motherfuckers. I whispered that back to you. I do not the same words that you spoke to me.
Actually, send a message to Emus and say, you could say you're not comfortable in here and back out and then just go invisible. Follow us.
That's what I was thinking when I said, "Oh, we didn't do this properly." I was like, I should have been invisible from the start.
Just say you're not comfortable going down there. Back out.
Okay. So,
Yeah. So if you wanted a full-on anxiety attack with the heavy breathing and like panic, it's like the straight-on panic attack. Put that headfold on me.
You know what? Why don't you guys go and I'll help Emus with his nerves here. Teach him some breathing techniques.
All right, put it
Yeah, you
on.
guys
I'll
wait.
follow you.
You guys wait up top.
hey, that's weird. I guess the camera froze because I was just drawing a bunch of stuff on that one camera and it's weird. It's not picking up the camera, I guess, anymore from...
Oh, alchemy.
Good
Yeah,
old
from
Discord.
alchemy.
Oh,
Yeah, it's bizarre. Unless Oh, I know what might have happened.
I guess just for party plan, which I think Emus is hitting at, Kite can help the two of us pass without trace to follow behind
Okay.
once you guys get a little bit ahead.
Okay.
I'm also pretty decent stealth with you. If I need to roll a stealth.
And I also, sorry, just one more thing. When we walk, I'm gonna cast like an extra illusion, like in my footsteps, to make them like a little bit louder to cover any footsteps that might be like behind us.
Okay.
Like I try and
Oh,
make myself a little bit louder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Double wave.
You cut out before. Did you say that they were okay not blindfolding me?
No, so they will take just you, and these guys can all stay behind, and you'll get blindfolded too. Like they've kind of led you in the direction, but you don't really remember exactly where this place is
They
located.
don't know that.
Yeah. So yeah, and this is a completely different location that you're going into than you went into
Okay.
before. So
Oh, sons of bitches.
yeah, and it is a maze down here of sewers. So if you guys don't know where you're going, then you can. This is officially a dungeon crawl right now, and I do have the entire sewer area detailed. So, or you guys can go with the thieves blindfolded, with a bag over your head.
Okay.
I will trust it to it. If you are not fine with it, Enos, then stay back with Kite.
No, what I'll do is, Grond, will you hold my hand? I think I'll be okay if you hold my hand.
There we go.
Fair enough.
Little sewer hand holding.
So if you grip my hand, you'll see that it's like sweatier than sweaty, dripping with perspiration.
Nice, like gripping, like for Grond, it's like gripping a wet little Q-tip.
Oh yeah, the anxiety is real. I don't like the thought of being able to be blindfolded.
Okay, so, and they aren't using any light. You can tell being down in this particular sewer area that there's a few beams of light streaming through grates that open up into the street. Most of the sewer grates are only about yay big, and there's like, 4 bars in each one. And then there's larger ones that a kid can fit through if the grate were to be pulled out. And then there's a few large ones that you've seen scattered around the city that are big enough for a fully grown adult. But those are what faces like up with the street. Like that's what you see the steam rising out of in the morning from the sewers. But down in this area where we're at, it's a fairly big tunnel. So you guys kind of see faint bits of light streaming in, but where they're leading you into is a bit darker, and they have no light source. They're just going because they know the path. So you guys are all okay with the bags overheads?
Well, no, Emus and Kite are sneaking behind.
Okay.
I thought.
I think Emus changed his mind. He's gonna hand Grond.
I can't make her invisible. So Kite invisible yet. That's my next level. So that plan kind of got shot.
Okay.
I can only do one person invisible.
Okay.
So I decided to suck it up and go with Grond as long as Grond will kind of guide me.
Okay. So you guys are all okay then with the heads over bag, or is anybody not?
If everybody's okay with that.
Okay. So yeah, you guys get hooded and led down a path. And you guys get led down for a while, and you're very confused. They lead you down a couple of places, and you get the feeling that they're purposely trying to make you forget the path that they're leading you down, and you're trying to keep an ear out for sounds or anything in particular that might give you an indication of where you are. The smell of the sewer is absolutely overpowering in this area. I'm going to get everybody to roll a con check for me.
Oh wait, whenever there's a bad smell, I just keep like wafting mint in the air and trying to cover up that smell.
Okay, so
I like that lavender you got going.
Yeah, with bits of lavender, I mix it up.
Yep. So the side effect of creating smells is that other things may be attracted to those smells you weren't exactly counting on. For example, it may be the favorite smell of a white or the mating call of a neo-Otiug, for example. You're like, here's some lavender. Meanwhile, you're being, arse jammed by a giant rat because that's their favorite smell.
Some rat Kenny G starts playing.
That's right.
Sorry, I've heard arse jammed?
Yeah. We were talking about giant rat arse jamming. Anyhow, moving on. So you guys are led down a bunch of different paths, and the smell of lavender keeps you from upchucking. The thieves don't appear to know where that smell is coming from, and you hear them discussing amongst themselves, like, how the hell does it smell good down here? And I'm going to get a perception roll from everybody, please.
Nice.
Just regular or disadvantage?
18.
No, regular.
18.
When do I ever use passive perception?
Okay.
21.
Okay. Yeah, passive perception. A lot of the times I'll just roll perception instead of passive perception.
Okay, I have no idea what it is. I got a 10.
So everybody that rolled over a 14, you can hear what sounds like the rushing of water as you're walking, but you still can't see anything. You've been led for about 15 minutes now down a series of corridors, and you've completely lost all track of where you are. But you do hear the rushing of water, and for a brief moment, you all smell like fresh water. It smells like there's a lot of moisture in the air, like you might be near a large body of water, perhaps near the silver flow. Yeah, near the
What
silver
is this
flow.
smell? What is this smell? I asked the kids.
Yeah, and they're like, never mind. They appear to just shuffle it off. He's like, it's probably just something in the sewer. And they lead you on. I'm going to get an insight from you, Bops. Just roll me a d20 on your insight.
From
I'm
who?
gonna say, Emus is just freaking out. Like, he rolled poorly last week. He's just freaking out. He's holding on to Grond. All I'm paying attention to is the blindfold in front of me.
Yeah. You guys, you head into a corridor here as Bops is getting ready to roll. What'd you roll?
21.
Okay, so you actually the smell. You're a naturific gnome. You know that there is a source of a large source of fresh water. So you get the sense that you're near the river. Yeah, so you guys are being led for a while, and then it goes into this what feels like a very claustrophobic tunnel, and all sound kind of fades out, except for it feels like there's a thunder over top of you, just like it just feels like there's a rumbling or a rushing or something over top of you, and then after a while you hear the clink, 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 clink of a gate raising, and you're led into another chamber. The smell of the sewer actually fades, and the smell of the lavender, however pervasive it is, I don't know if you're keeping that up. If you're keeping it up, you don't smell any change. If you're not,
Yeah, I just like every once in a while I'll stop it and see what it's like, and then be like, no, it's time for lavender time.
okay. So yeah, at one point you sense that the smell of the sewers is actually diminished quite a bit, and you pick up the smell of incense and perfumes. And you're led through a couple of doors. You hear doors shut, and what sounds like a very heavy steel door shut. And you guys are asked to pause for a second. And then you hear some conversation on the other side of a thick door somewhere ahead of you. And all of a sudden, the hoods come off. And there's a wash of torchlight that kind of hits you in the face. And you see that you are surrounded by about 6 thieves. They don't look aggressive, but the two at the door, one of them opens the big door, and the other one gestures you inside. He's like, Ildrick will see you in the main room.
Great, so 6 thieves is not the main room. Okay.
Yeah, and they don't, they're looking at Grond's weapons, though. Yeah, maybe you leave those here, though. And they're gesturing towards your primary weapons. We don't care about the daggers, but yeah, you guys don't need to be going in there heavily armed.
What about my scythe?
Yeah, that is staying. Yeah, that thing is menacing, dude. What about my
son of a
scythe?
bitch.
He says. What? It's just a scythe. Like, the hell, man?
It's only as tall as me.
Yeah. So you guys they're asking you to leave your primary weapons there.
Just to remind my group so they
What about
know
my
this.
secondary?
Yeah, secondary.
You're allowed to keep
Tertiary.
anything smaller than a short sword. They say they don't mind.
So they don't mind if a short sword goes in, or smaller than.
Smaller than a short sword.
Kite's going to do a little ninja genjutsu and cast minor illusion to make her sword just look like a dagger.
Okay. And then you guys hear from up in the hall, he's like, they're fine. You hear the coughing and Calyndra hears the semi-familiar coughing, raspy sound of Ildrick, who's seated at the far end of the main hall, and you guys are just let through. They actually let you hang on to your weapons. And
Nice.
the 2 thieves at the door look a bit confused, and they open the door wide, and the other one's like, all right then. And
That's a gesture of trust.
and he lets you through, and you guys are able to march through into a fairly opulent area. Calyndra's seen this, you guys haven't, so I'll just describe it again. It's a very large area, so a series of columns support the main roof. It's huge. It's probably 400 foot like radius. It is enormous room. Lots of cushions. It smells of perfume. There's people smoking on water pipes. There's lots of thieves seated in here. There's probably 30, maybe 40 thieves seated around here, and there's a series of, which Calyndra didn't notice before because there was fairly little lighting in the room at the time she was in, but now that you're in here, there's large oval-shaped holes in the sides of the room, almost like windows, but they seem to lead into dark passageways almost straight up from where that is. You're not certain what they're for. But as you come down the main corridor, all of the thieves just kind of, a few of them are sitting up, interested that you've entered the room. Some of them don't even move. They're just sitting there smoking on a water pipe or chatting amongst themselves. But they don't seem to be giving you much notice. Ildrick's sitting on the floor, and he's kind of sitting just off to the side with his leg hanging over and his half-orcish face kind of leering at you from his throne, as it were. A large fur-covered chair seated on a bit of a stage overlooking a huge table where I guess they must have feasts and such. And he beckons you forward. He's like, come in. You're just
Grond will head in.
I'll head in.
Okay. And as you guys go in, more thieves are sitting up and taking notice and kind of sitting up to see what all this fuss is about. And you notice now that there is a few thieves that seem to be sliding down from inside those holes. A couple of them are sliding down like they were slides from somewhere up above this chamber, and they just kind of sit down like they would in a windowsill, and they're kind of watching what's going on. And you guys figure there's probably about 40, maybe 50 thieves in here now. Go ahead.
Emus has calmed down enough to do any of these look into a martial pose, hands on weapons, and he's staggering with the leg forward.
Nope.
Nothing to distrust this. They
Nope.
let us in with our weapons as well.
Yep.
This is a real chill place. It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
It looks like an opium den.
Yeah.
Do we see the blonde woman at all?
Nope.
Good
Okay.
question. That was my next question. And then lastly, so just gesturing, looking at the group, it looks like that dissension worked. Okay, so let's continue.
So you guys approach and you get past the main table there and up into the little area below where the stage is and this throne covered in furs. And Ildrick says, so it would appear that I have a halfling missing. And would you happen to, say, be able to find such a halfling for me? Disappeared on the road.
Even more interesting, though, is we might be able to get something that he stole from you, and Grond will take out the wax key piece. Not the
just
key,
the mold.
Just the mold. Just the mold.
An empty mold?
Grond takes it out. It's the empty mold that looks basically untouched. From what we gather, he stole this from you, and I'll toss it over to him.
Who stole this? The halfling, you say? He told you this? And he leans down. He's like, what else did that little thief tell you?
He kept his mouth shut for the most part. Even persuasion didn't get much more than that from him.
And what have you to say of this, Thurgar? And from the left on the side of the stage, you see Thurgar step out. And he walks calmly over to the side of Ildrick and he looks down. He's like, the usurpers ambushed us on the road and stole my belongings and killed Mira.
Interesting.
And
Interesting.
And I need a perception roll from all you guys.
Motherfuck.
Just wait. Do I have
19.
perception as a skill?
11.
Okay. Anybody
16.
Anybody above a 14 notices that most of the thieves in the room have actually sat up, and some of them are starting to take slightly aggressive positions. And you're completely surrounded at this point.
Grond will reach into the bag.
Yep.
That has Thurgar's head.
Yep.
And I'll pull it out, because, I would have noticed if it changed from Thurgar to someone else when we were preserving it, because I said we did preserve it with that special salt before.
We did.
Yep.
Saltpeter.
So, I pull it out. It's very interesting that you allow the usurper who killed Thurgar to stand beside you in a guise of his like. And
We definitely killed Thurgar.
I tossed Thurgar's head over to him. What say you to the imposter, sir?
Okay, so
That fucks up all the dissension, by the way, because we said that.
No,
Okay.
we didn't kill Thurgar. She did.
and Thurgar's looking, he's like, I don't know what trickery this is. That's obviously not me. And
Ildrick, you better watch your back.
he's like, Ildrick, you know me. I've been here for 2 days. We've been talking about this thoroughly. I told
And
you this
who's
might
his head?
happen. He's like, I told you this might happen. That's got to be a fake. And
I'll
he's
pick it
staring
up and toss it closer to Ildrick.
I got something for this. Okay, so you're tossing it closer,
I
to
tossed
his
it right
feet?
into his lap.
Yeah, pretty much.
before.
So you can see for himself. It's definitely Thurgar's head.
Thurgar looks down at Ildrick, and Ildrick is looking at him a little bit questioning right now. And he's like, what is going on here?
Rhonda's going to try and persuade him because we watched as the white-haired whore killed Thurgar. We took his head because we knew she would come and lie about us. We are here to defend the name of our friend. Persuasion, persuasion, persuasion. +6. 21 dirty.
Yep. Okay. Thurgar looks slightly convinced. Yeah. And yeah, Thurgar looks very convinced. And he's looking up at Thurgar and he's looking down at the head. And without a word, Thurgar pulls, and you guys just have a moment to see a dagger
mean
come out with
Eldritch?
Thurgar pulls out a dagger and stabs it directly into the throat of Thurgar, who, in his shock and surprise, the dagger pointing out the other side of his neck, and he's spurting blood, and he just gurgles a scream as you see Thurgar raise his hand, and a rain.
Sorry, who's stabbing
who?
Wait,
What
what the
Ildrak
fuck?
killed Thurgar.
Thurgar stabbed Thurgar?
Thurgar just stabbed Ildrak.
Eldritch.
Oh, okay. Holy shit.
So, and you saw it.
Stabbed
You
Ildrak.
just saw a hand raise up and come down, and I don't really know how to roll this, guys, but everything goes black as a rain of darts hits you from all sides, and you
They
guys
planned it. I knew it was a plan.
go into unconsciousness. The last thing that you see is Thurgar pulling that knife out of the neck of Ildrak, and you lapse into unconsciousness.
There's no reaction to this.
You guys just got rained on by like 40 sleep darts. There's no coming out of that. And even if you did, the next dart would be a save. And the next one, and the next one. But maybe, just maybe, one of those darts that hit you is going to knock you the fuck out. And if that doesn't knock you out...
So this is something that's trying to put me to sleep?
Yeah. Oh, hey, do you have a natural immunity?
Elves are immune.
Yeah, you're going to get the shit beat out of you. Yeah, just keep in mind... Just keep in mind, anybody that stays conscious through this process, you will have brief moments of seeing thieves just bail over cushions towards you, and they are going to beat the shit out of you. Guaranteed at this point...
Remember when I said I had a bad feeling about this?
Yeah, the last thing that Gone Bops remembers is being smuggled into a canvas sack, and everything kind of goes black for everybody. What are we at here? 10:55. This is perfect. The timing is perfect because you're all unconscious at this point. Where we wake up from next time, we'll find out.
Well, our heroes get out of this
So
prickly patch.
I will say I totally forgot you had Thurgar's head in a sack. So that is interesting. That is really, really interesting the way all of this like went completely. I'm not going to say a different way. I'm just going to say it went away. Yeah, I'll look forward to seeing how the party wakes up and if the party
If they
wakes
wake up.
If the party wakes up, we'll find out on the next adventure.
You're gonna leave me with a week of waiting to know if I die.
Yeah.
Right?
Find out next time on
Find out next time on character creation session.
That's
A full week. I'm gonna
That's
spend the rest of
crazy.
April in anxiety. The rest of April.
yeah, that is crazy. That is, I will hand it to you guys for throwing a few things into there I had totally not expected you guys to do. So congratulations on that one.
it was a pretty exciting round there. I thoroughly enjoyed that one.
That's awesome. Yeah, given the fact that there wasn't much combat per se, but yeah, lots of interesting things went down there.
You don't need combat to make things exciting.
No, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
there's a lot of cool RP stuff happening.
Just need you lot to keep things exciting. So that's awesome. I will be handing out a few points of experience here after the fact. I'll tally it up tomorrow morning and send a post out in Discord for everybody. But yeah, really, really awesome making it as far as you have to know, and maybe just roll up some characters for next time. Just side characters. I'm not saying you're all dead. I'm just saying that
Just in case
We're all dead.
characters.
just roll some
Not a
characters.
guarantee that you're all dead.
Do you know how long it takes to make a character?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I sure do. But have something in mind for a backup character, just because you guys are at a pivotal point in changing like plot lines and connecting some dots here and setting some things in motion. That the next stages of this campaign is going to try you for sure.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Yeah. So
New
On a
characters
side
start at
note,
level
Kelly,
1, or
are you taking bribes to keep our characters alive on the DL?
yeah, no bribes, just honorable deaths here.
Just wherever the story takes us, I'm ready. I'm ready to roll those bones.
Yeah, you
we
guys.
starting at level 1, Kelly, or
Gonna re-roll
Yeah,
that,
it'll be level one.
that bone.
Yeah.
level 1? Okay.
Level 1, yeah. So, which means that any level 1 characters that start, being as how you guys are at this pivotal point, so you're obviously not dead. I'll tell you that much. You're not dead. There will be a segment of at least a tiny bit of life left when we come back to this. How far that goes, I don't know. But we'll find out. But yeah, it's always a good idea when you're role playing to have a second character in mind anyway. I don't say that now because of this, but at the same time, I've had characters die. Some of us have all had characters die, so it happens. Just be prepared.
In my other campaign I play, in the second episode, I had 2 characters die within 5 minutes.
Yeah, there you go. It
I
happens.
spawned a new character, and the meteor hit, and I was.
You guys have been very fortunate to arrive at the levels that you have and survived, given the encounters you've already had. The Manticore was a brutal one. I honestly didn't think you guys were going to survive that one. So, and there's been a couple of others. Grond's hit the dirt a couple of times here. Have been very, very close. So, yeah, who knows? It's a wild and tumultuous world you're in. So, yeah. So I'll look forward to seeing you guys all next week. And thanks for coming out tonight.
All right, thanks, Kelly.
You betcha. Have a great night, everyone.
Hey, thanks, everybody.
Okay. Bye
Take
for
care.
now.
See you
night.
guys soon.
You bet. Bye bye. All right. And thank you for joining us here on Take 20. Tune in tomorrow morning for the Take 20 morning show with J-Man Weird. That should be around 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. And you can tune in for some Creator Crucible tomorrow, and we'll be talking game and stuff all week long. And definitely tune in next Friday to find out what happens on Chronicles of Chryalis right here on Take 20 D&D. Thanks for hanging out with us. Bye for now.